Welcome. You've come to listen, to find a little quiet. Breathe in and let go of your worries. The world can wait. What you will hear is Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. But this time how I saw it. Now, listen carefully, and allow my voice to carry you through the very beginning. Chapter 1. The Fall of the Potters. I apparated into the dark, but I already knew something in the world had snapped, something sacred and irretrievable. Magic hung in the air like the last breath of a corpse, still, tense, reverent. The stars above blinked indifferently as I stumbled toward the wreckage that had once been the Potter's cottage. The thatch roof had collapsed inward, blackened timbers jutting toward the sky like broken ribs. The front wall had simply vanished. In its place, a crater of pulverized stone and mortar spread across what had been their garden. Mrs. Potter's rose bushes lay flattened beneath chunks of masonry, their thorns glinting in the starlight. No lights flickered in the neighboring houses. No curious faces peered from behind curtains. The Muggles would sleep soundly tonight, their minds clouded by memory charms that would make them forget the screams, the flash of green light, the sound of a house dying. The house, what remained of it, stood in broken silence. The roof was gone. A wall had collapsed inward, spewing bricks and timber across the lawn like discarded toys. There was no light, no movement. I knew he had done it. I had begged, keep her safe. And Dark Lord, with that icy smile, had promised to consider it. My stomach churned. The front door hung off its hinges. I stepped over it. Charred wood crackled beneath my boots. There was a faint, metallic taste in the air. Raw magic, ruptured from something ancient and primal. Magic that had tried to stop death and failed. My heart thudded like a drum. Please, please, not her. I turned the corner into the nursery. The room was painted yellow, sunshine yellow, the color of hope and new beginnings. Alphabet blocks spelled out Harry on a shelf beside. A wooden rocking horse by a mobile of tiny golden snitches hung motionless above the crib, their wings drooping like dying butterflies. And there she was, Lily, lying crumpled on the floor, like a doll discarded by a careless child. Her flame-red hair fanned out around her, like a halo. Her eyes, those emerald, laughing eyes, stared up at nothing, empty, wide. I sank to my knees. No, I whispered, my voice breaking on the word. No, 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 no. My fingers trembled as I reached for her, brushing a lock of hair from her cheek. She was still warm. The sob tore out of me before I could stop it. Not the careful, silent kind I had trained myself to make. This was wild animal, the kind that clawed its way up from the pit of your soul and left you raw. I held her to me, heedless of the blood that smeared across my robes. I tried, I whispered, I tried to stop him. I asked, I begged him. A baby's cry pierced the silence. My head snapped up. He was still alive. Potter's boy. Harry, Lily's boy. I stared at him. This boy who had cost me everything. This child who bore James Potter's untidy hair and Lily's brilliant green eyes. The son she had died for. I looked down at her again. My heart splintered. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. I'd come to Dumbledore. I had given everything. My loyalty, my pride, my very soul. For this, keep her safe. I had said, and he had failed me. I don't remember leaving the house. One moment I was cradling her, and the next I was standing in Dumbledore's office, dripping rain and heartbreak onto his floor. He was waiting. He always seemed to be waiting. The light from the candles cast long shadows across the stone walls. Fawkes watched me silently from his perch, eyes glowing like molten gold. Dumbledore rose slowly from behind his desk, robes rustling. "She's dead," I said hoarsely. He nodded, solemn. "I know." A sound escaped me, not quite a word, not quite a scream. I turned away, unable to bear the weight of his gaze. "I told you," I hissed. "I warned you. I asked you to hide them all. Her, especially her. You wished me to spare her," Dumbledore said. "But not the boy, not the father." My hands balled into fists. I didn't care about them, just her. I would have given anything. "And what did you give, Severus?" he asked quietly. "What was the price of your request?" I turned, eyes burning. "Anything," I said. "Everything. Just bring her back. You know I cannot." The grief hit me like a tidal wave. I collapsed into a chair, elbows on my knees, face buried in my hands. "She died for him," I whispered. Dumbledore's voice softened. Yes, there was silence. Then his footsteps, slow, approached. "You must protect the boy. Now," he said. "She gave her life to save him. That act has power, ancient power, one Dark Lord could never anticipate." I looked up at him. "Protect Potter's son." My lip curled involuntarily. He saw it. "Can you do it?" he asked. "Can you set aside your hatred, your pride, and guard the life she died for?" I couldn't speak. I only stared. And then he said, "If you truly loved her." The words struck like a blade. I lowered my head. The shame was unbearable. "Yes," I whispered. "I will do it. For her." Dumbledore studied me. His blue eyes were neither kind nor cruel, only clear, sharp, knowing. "You must be discreet. None can know why you serve this cause. Let them think what they will," I muttered. "Let them call me coward or traitor. But swear to me." He tilted his head. "Swear you'll never tell anyone," I said, my voice low and hoarse. That I loved her." His eyes softened. "So be it," he said. "Her secret will die with me." The pact was sealed in silence. I stood numb. The tears had dried, but the wound would never healed from that night onward. I lived in shadow. A spy, a traitor, a guardian cloaked in malice. And every time I looked into Harry Potter's eyes, I saw Lily. It was both a punishment and a promise. The world felt colder after that night. The war hadn't ended for me with the fall of the Dark Lord. It had only shifted shape. My battlefield was no longer one of wands and hexes, but silence, concealment, and long shadows behind a boy I loathed to see, and yet was bound to protect. For Lily's sake, always they left him on a doorstep. Dumbledore, with his usual calm confidence, had arranged everything. A blood ward, he said, ancient magic woven through the simplest of things. A letter tucked in a blanket, be sacrifice sealed by love. Do you truly believe this will protect him? I asked, leaving him with her. I do, Dumbledore replied without turning. The blood connection will shield him. She hated Lily. Perhaps, he said, but hatred is not the only thing that survives in families. Sometimes love surprises us. I said nothing. The door closed, and the boy disappeared into the suburban stillness of Privet Drive. Back at Hogwarts, the castle was quiet, too quiet. The Dark Lord had fallen. The mark on my arm had faded to a phantom burn, as if the darkness had retreated, but still pulsed beneath the skin. Most of the Death Eaters had scattered, hunted, or imprisoned. Some had pleaded imperious, some had vanished. Others, like Lucius Malfoy, were already greasing the gears of politics. And I remained a shadow in the dungeons, brewing potions, watching, waiting. Dumbledore had insisted I stay on. Your position gives us a vantage no other could offer, he had said. You know the minds of the Death Eaters, and when the time comes again, and it will, we must be ready. You have to return to his side and protect Harry like a shadow, a guardian he'll never see. So I stayed. I retreated into the cold stone, unflickering torchlight of my underground domain. I taught dunderheads to stir cauldrons. I flung house points and sneers like daggers. I became what they expected, but in the silence of night, when the castle slept and even Peeves had grown. Still, I walked the halls and let my grief bleed into the stones. I haunted the astronomy tower, the library, edge of the forbidden forest. I visited the Black Lake when the moon was high, watching its silver reflection ripple with each passing breeze. She would have liked the lake. She always said it calmed her. Sometimes I imagined her standing, their hair glinting gold in the moonlight. Eyes narrowed as she chided me for sulking again. You're so dramatic, Sev. I would have given anything to hear her say it again. The years blurred. Each September, new students poured through the great oak doors. Each year, none of them were her. I watched over the children. Yes, even those insufferable brats from Gryffindor. Though I let my disdain show, it was expected. It helped keep suspicion away from the true reason I stayed. And always, I waited for the boy to come of age, for the war to stir again, and for the moment when I would be tested, whether I could truly bear the burden. And then, on the eve of the 11th year, Dumbledore called me to his office once more. He's received his letter, the old man said with a quiet smile. Harry Potter will come to Hogwarts this year. I felt it, that icy grip of fate tightening around my chest. I didn't answer. I didn't need to. I simply turned and walked away, back into the dungeons, back into the dark to prepare. 10 years. Then he came. I had spent the afternoon in my quarters, pretending not to count the hours until sunset. At dusk, I made my way to the great hall for the sorting ceremony, arriving earlier than I usually bothered to, not out of eagerness, merely preparation. The staff table was draped with golden banners and floating candles, cheerful as ever. I took my seat at the far end, near Vector, who offered me a tense smile. I didn't return when the doors opened and the line of first years entered. I searched their faces without appearing to. Most looked terrified, others bored. But then, there he was, black hair, too thin, glasses too large for his face, and then the eyes, lilies. He scanned the hall with hesitant awe, walking beside the youngest Weasley. He didn't notice me, but I saw everything. Minerva called them forward, one by one. When she said, "Potter, Harry," a silence fell. He walked forward slowly. I watched every step, my spine rigid. The sorting hat took longer than expected. It whispered to him. I could tell. He was arguing with it, impressive in a way. Then, Gryffindor, of course. He joined the table to wild applause. Quirrell was rambling again. Fascinating creatures. Trolls. Did I ever mention I once encountered one in the Black Forest? Nasty temper, but easily outwitted. If you know the proper charm. I resisted the urge to sigh. Barely. The man's voice was a grating tremble, like someone trying to cast a spell while being strangled by their own nerves. His ridiculous turban bobbed beside me like some cursed ornamental sponge, still reeking of garlic and whatever other superstitious nonsense he had stuffed in there this week. I failed to see, I said, how any of this pertains to the syllabus. You are supposed to be teaching defense, not bedtime tales for squibs. He chuckled nervously, fiddling with his robes. Oh, quite right. Yes, of course. Still, students find stories so engaging indeed. And I'm certain your bedtime stories will be tremendously effective when they're facing actual curses that don't care about their feelings. I muttered. I turned away from him, tired of the stammering and the smell, and that's when I saw him. Potter, the boy stared back at me. No, through me, and something shifted. I felt it. Not magic exactly, but a reaction. A tether pulling taut. He winced, hand darting to his scar. Is he in pain? I am not sure. Quirrell had been talking for several minutes. Before I realized he hadn't actually said anything of value. Something about banshees, garlic, and a werewolf with poor table manners. Though, frankly, I'd take the werewolf over another minute of his stammering. Bit advanced, maybe, but I thought the first years would enjoy the tale. He wheezed, adjusting that ridiculous turban again. It grabs their attention, you see. I turned to him slowly, grabs their attentions. So does a dung bum in the entrance hall. Shall we start handing those out in class as well? He blinked, laughed nervously, and tugged at his collar. You might consider, I continued, replacing the storytelling with something useful, like a basic shield charm, or better yet, coherent speech. The smile froze on his face. I sipped from my goblet and looked away, already bored. Honestly, I've seen flobberworms with more spine. The journey to my office took me through the familiar maze of Hogwarts' lower levels. I descended the marble staircase from the entrance hall, my footsteps echoing in the vast space as portraits whispered amongst themselves about the evening's events. The stone steps, worn smooth by centuries of use, led me down into the dungeons, where the temperature dropped noticeably, and the air grew thick with the scent of damp stone and old magic. The corridor that housed my office stretched ahead like a tunnel carved from the living rock of the castle's foundation. Flickering torches cast dancing shadows on the rough-hewn walls, their flames guttering in the perpetual draught that seemed to whisper through these depths. The stones beneath my feet were slick with moisture from the lake above, and I could hear the distant sound of water dripping somewhere in the darkness beyond. I passed the entrance to the Slytherin common room, hidden behind a stretch of wall that appeared no different from any other to untrained eyes. The password would change tomorrow. It always did after the sorting, when new students needed to be properly inducted into our traditions. Beyond that lay the storage rooms where I kept my rarer ingredients, their doors sealed with wards that would make even the most ambitious student think twice about attempting entry. My office door stood at the corridor's end, its heavy oak surface scarred by age and reinforced with iron bands that had been forged in the castle's earliest days. I pressed my palm against the wood, feeling the familiar tingle of recognition charms before the locks clicked open with a sound like breaking bones. The door swung inward on hinges that had been oiled with particular care. Silence was often more valuable than gold in these depths. Inside, the familiar sanctuary of my private domain greeted me with its peculiar blend of comfort and menace. I moved to my desk, lighting the candles with a gesture that sent shadows dancing across the walls lined with their grotesque specimens. The phoenix tears I had been distilling earlier caught the light like liquid fire, their work nearly complete. I settled into my chair, took up my quill, and began the delicate process of adding the final drops when the knock came precisely at 7 o'clock. 3 measured raps against the heavy oak door that sealed my office from the perpetual dampness of the dungeon corridors. I set down my quill, watching the last drops of phoenix tears settle in the crystal vial before me, and allowed myself a moment to savor the silence before it would inevitably be shattered. Enter. The door creaked open on its ancient hinges, revealing a small figure silhouetted against the flickering torchlight of the corridor beyond. Young Draco Malfoy stepped across the threshold. His robes, I noted, were already perfectly pressed, despite it being only his second day at Hogwarts. No doubt the work of house elves who had been terrorized into excellence. The boy's pale eyes swept across my office with barely concealed fascination, taking in the shelves of pickled specimens that lined the stone walls, their grotesque forms suspended in murky preservative fluids. Jars of newt spleens sat beside desiccated spider legs, while a particularly large jar containing what appeared to be a preserved mandrake root cast dancing shadows in the candlelight. The acrid scent of potions ingredients hung thick in the air, bitterroot, dried billywig stings, and the metallic temps of unicorn blood. "Professor Snape," he said, "I hope I'm not disturbing you." I gestured to the chair across from my desk. "Mr. Malfoy," I said. allowing my voice to carry just enough warmth to put him at ease without sacrificing the authority that kept even the most rebellious students in line. "How are you finding house?" "Wonderful, sir," he replied immediately, though his voice carried genuine enthusiasm beneath the rehearsed politeness. "The common room is magnificent. The view of the lake is quite something, especially when the giant squid swims past the windows." I leaned back in my chair, studying him with the same intensity. "And your dormitory companions, Crab and Goyle, seem adequate." The slight pause before adequate told me everything I needed to know about his assessment of those two lumbering oafs. "Though I confess, Professor, I was hoping we might speak privately." The boy reached into his robes and withdrew a small, elegantly wrapped package, emerald paper tied with silver ribbon. "My father insisted I bring this for you. He spoke most highly of your expertise." Lucius had wasted no time in establishing the proper connections for his son. I accepted the package with the appropriate solemnity, my fingers detecting the rectangular shape of what was undoubtedly a rare potions text, or perhaps a vial of some exotic ingredient. The wrapping was expensive, bore the Malfoy family crest pressed into the wax seal. "Your father is most generous," I said, setting the gift aside without opening it. To do so immediately would suggest either greed or curiosity, neither quality I wished to display before this observant child. "And what did your father tell you about Slytherin House?" "That it's where the truly ambitious go to hone their skills," he replied without hesitation. "That here I would learn not just magic, but the art of wielding it with purpose. He said that under your guidance, I might achieve greatness. Tell me, Mr. Malfoy, what is your understanding of what it means to be a Slytherin?" Draco straightened in his chair, clearly prepared for this question. "Cunning, sir. Ambition. The understanding that power belongs to those with the will to seize it." He paused, then added with a slight flush, "and loyalty to one's own kind." "Loyalty to one's own kind," I repeated slowly. An interesting phrase. "And who, precisely, constitutes your kind, Mr. Malfoy?" The boy's pale eyes glittered with something that might have been hunger. "Those who understand that magical blood is not something to be diluted or wasted, sir. Those who appreciate the proper order of things." Lucius had indeed been thorough in his son's education. I leaned forward slightly, my hands steepled before me. "And what, in your estimation, is the proper order of things?" "That magic is a gift not to be squandered on those who lack the breeding to appreciate it," he said, his voice gaining strength with each word. "That there are those who are meant to lead, and those who are meant to follow. That purity of blood reflects purity of purpose." The words tumbled out with the fervor of a well-rehearsed catechism. Yet I detected something else beneath the surface. Uncertainty, perhaps, or the desire to please. This boy had been shaped, molded into a vessel for his father's ambitions. "Admirable sentiments," I said. "Your father has clearly prepared you well for the realities of our world." Draco beamed at the praise, his shoulders relaxing slightly. He said, "You would understand, sir, that you, of all people, would recognize the importance of tradition. Your father and I have known each other for many years, I said finally. He said you were brilliant, sir, that your knowledge of the dark arts was unparalleled. The boy leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. He said that you could teach me things that other professors wouldn't dare. Your father's confidence is noted, I said. However, Mr. Malfoy, knowledge of such nature is not dispensed like sweets to first years, who have barely mastered the art of lighting their wands without singeing their eyebrows. Prove yourself worthy of your house first. Excel in your studies. Master the fundamentals before you presume reaching for the advanced ears, sir. You may go, Mr. Malfoy, I said, moving to the door and pulling it open. Thank you for your time, Professor Snape. Chapter 2. First Potions Lesson. The light in the common room was a sickly green, filtered through the lake above, as if the black lake itself was watching through glass. 16 first-year Slytherins sat scattered across the chamber, still blinking away the shine of their sorting. They looked like they'd only just realized they weren't in nursery anymore. I let the door close behind me with a dull, final click. Silence felt not good. I took a slow step toward the hearth and let my eyes pass over them. This is Slytherin House, I said. It is not a badge to wear. It is a standard to live up to. Some of you come from long lines of Slytherins. Others are that burst in your families to earn the green and silver. It makes no difference to me. They listened, as they should. You will find the other houses view you with suspicion, I continued, pacing slowly before the fireplace. Jealousy, mostly, though they'll dress it up as righteousness. Gryffindors, in particular, believe rules are meant to be broken loudly. Don't take the bait. Several students exchanged glances. Malfoy let out a soft scoff. We are not here to impress the rest of the castle, I added, pausing by the armchair nearest to Otto Mulciber, who was sitting far too stiffly. After all, we've won the House Cup 6 years running. No big deal. This year won't suddenly change that, will it? So, you'd better live up to the reputation of your seniors. A hand went up. Thornley again, sir, he said, as if he'd been holding it in for hours. Is it true you became head of house at 21? The youngest head of the house Hogwarts ever had. I turned my head just enough to give him a sideways look. Yes, that's incredible. No, it was necessary, I said. I was available, and the headmaster required someone capable of the post. Draco leaned forward. My father said the Department of Mysteries offered you a post. Twice, but you declined. That is true. A sharp voice interrupted from near the back. Sir, Roll said, what about the Wolfsbane potion? Is it true you had a hand in improving it? I heard it's difficult to brew, but essential for werewolves. Difficult to brew, yes. Essential. Absolutely. The Wolfsbane potion does not cure the condition, Mr. Roll. It only lessens the worst symptoms during transformation. Pain, madness, the risk of violent outbursts. His eyes gleamed. Did you improve its recipe? Improvements are always ongoing. Mine made it more stable, with fewer side effects. The questioner nodded, satisfied. I allowed a brief pause to let the weight of my words sink in. You may have heard of other potions, I resumed. Veritas obscura serum to suppress the effects of truth potions. Caligo's veil, designed to cloud magical auras. Ashen draft, an early prototype of Wolfsbane. Not quite stable, but still useful in the right hands. Iridessa Flint raised her hand tentatively. Sir, did you ever test them yourself? I turned toward her. She didn't flinch. Yes, potions are not truly understood until you've seen them fail, or nearly kill you. Otto Mulciber gave a tiny shiver. You will not learn this in your textbooks, I said. The Ministry has its rules. So does Hogwarts. You'll learn them, and learn when to ignore them. There was a beat of silence. Firelight flickered across a dozen new faces. Your timetables have been delivered. Be on time. If you're lost, ask a prefect. Do not wander about like fools. You are Slytherins. Act like it. Go. I watched the nervous cluster of first years shuffle out of the common room. Slytherins do not dawdle, I reminded them sharply, before turning on my heel as I made my way toward the Great Hall. The dungeons gave way to the upper corridors, already alive with the chatter of children who had no idea what discipline meant. I met Flitwick halfway along the passage, nearly hidden behind the armful of scrolls he carried. Severus, he squeaked, bright-eyed, as always. Good morning. I was hoping I might catch you. About the enchantments, I must confess. I'm curious about yours. A riddle, I heard. I allowed myself a thin smile. You heard correctly, I said softly. But you will hear no more. Secrets, Phileas, are safer when kept. Flitwick chuckled, the sound like the squeak of a well-oiled hinge. So secretive. You'll have to forgive me, Severus. I rather enjoy imagining what you've cooked up. If you can't tell yours, then can you guess what my protection is? I gave him a thin look. I am neither inclined nor in the mood to play games. Felicity grinned, undeterred. Oh, but indulge me. A hint, then. It involves wings. I raised a brow. Another flock of Cornish pixies, perhaps. Flitwick laughed so hard he nearly dropped his scrolls. Not pixies. No, no. Think. I have teeth but cannot bite. I turn but do not walk. I open doors but have no hands. What am I? Keys. I muttered before I could stop myself. His face lit up exactly. Flying keys. Imagine it, Severus. A whole swarm of them darting about. The intruder forced to catch the right one, while a broom hovers conveniently nearby. Rather elegant, don't you think? I pinched the bridge of my nose. Elegant, yes, provided one's idea of security is hosting a Quidditch practice session. Flitwick's mustache twitched as he chuckled. Oh, you're impossible. I dare say my keys will give them more trouble than you think. Besides, it'll look splendid. Splendid. I repeated flatly and swept past him before he could coax me into further guessing. For all his cheer, Phileas had a way of leaving one feeling as though one had just been maneuvered into the punchline of a joke Wednesday. I had double potions for the 3rd years. The dungeon breathed cold air like a living thing. All shadows and flickering torchlight. That made the copper cauldrons gleam like watching eyes. I moved between the tables. The third-year Gryffindors and Ravenclaws bent over their work, trying not to look up, trying not to draw my attention. Their nervous whispers died as I passed, replaced by the soft bubble of potions and the scratch of quills taking frantic notes. Good fear kept them focused. Today we brew a draught of peace, I announced, letting my voice cut through the silence. This potion requires absolute precision. One mistake, and you'll be scraping the remains of your cauldron and possibly your eyebrows off the dungeon floor. Perfect silence, exactly as it should be. Then came the sound that made my jaw clench. Barely suppressed laughter from the back of the room. Of course, I should have known those infernal twins would find a way to turn even the most delicate potion into their personal playground. I stopped walking. Every student in the room held their breath. Fred and George Weasley had their cauldron bubbling at a temperature that could melt iron. Purple steam rose from the mixture in spirals, and I could smell something that definitely wasn't in the recipe. Professor Snape, Fred called out cheerfully, waving what looked like a tiny corkscrew made of twisted metal. We're just testing how the potion reacts to higher temperatures. Advancing the field of potion making through bold experimentation. George nodded eagerly. Very scientific. We're natural researchers, really, born for it. I glided toward their table, and several nearby students instinctively leaned away. Smart children, scientific, I repeated softly. How fascinating. Tell me, what exactly have you added to that bubbling catastrophe? Oh, just the usual ingredients, George said, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Though we may have gotten a bit creative with the measurements. Added our own special touch, you might say. I held my hand over their cauldron and immediately jerked, put back as purple sparks shot into the air like tiny fireworks. Several Ravenclaws at nearby tables shook their heads in dismay. A muscle in my cheek twitched. 10 points. Gryffindor. Your special touch appears to have turned a healing potion into a potential explosive device. But Professor Fred protested, grinning wider. It smells amazing. That has to count for something. Right, wrong. I stared at him until his grin faltered slightly. Return to the actual instructions before I decide your grade needs more than just point deductions. The twins exchanged one of their looks, the kind that usually meant trouble was coming. Sure enough, their cauldron gave a cheerful pop and released a cloud of glittery smoke that made the Ravenclaw girl next to them scrambled backward with a small shriek. Mr. Fred Weasley and Mr. George Weasley, 10 points each for endangering your classmates. Miss Clearwater, your draft is boiling too rapidly. 2 points from Ravenclaw for lack of attention. Mr. Cho, excellent work. 1.2, Ravenclaw. Ooh, George, Fred Stage whispered. Professor Snape's on a roll today. Think he's trying to set a new record for point deductions. I went very still. Mr. Weasley, your commentary is neither requested nor appreciated. Focus on your potion before I demonstrate exactly how creative I can be with detention assignments. By the time class ended, half the cauldrons were smoking. A few had actually produced something resembling the correct potion, and the Weasley twins looked like they'd been through a small explosion, which, knowing them, they probably had. They packed up their supplies with exaggerated, wounded expressions, though their eyes still held that dangerous gleam that meant they were already planning their next disaster. I returned to my desk and made careful notes in my gradebook, mentally calculating how many points Gryffindor had lost and planning increasingly creative punishments for the next time. Those two decided to treat my classroom like their personal laboratory for Chaos Friday. First year's double potions with Slytherin and Gryffindor, the day I most loathed. Will I be able to face Lily's son? Will he hate me for betraying his parents? I stood alone in the potions classroom. The torches lit low. Shadows danced along the dungeon walls, flickering over jars filled with spineweed, bloated leeches, and curled roots still damp with dew. I had prepared 3 cauldrons today, 1 iron, 1 copper, 1 pewter, and left them simmering at carefully staggered stages of development. I was not in a generous mood. They entered as they always did, eyes wide, robes slightly too big, trying not to look afraid. Then he walked in, Harry Potter. I saw him the moment he passed beneath the arch. He moved awkwardly, not like his father, not yet, more like a child wearing boots 2 sizes too large. But the hair was exactly James, that defiant, windswept look, as if he'd just leaped off a broom mid-victory. I gripped the edge of my desk, jaw clenched. He didn't even glance at me. His eyes scanned the room with mild interest, following his red-headed companion, the youngest Weasley, no doubt, before settling in a seat toward the middle. He pulled out a quill, then parchment, then an inkpot he nearly knocked over. He looked ordinary, and then he turned, and those eyes, green-wide, startlingly clear. Lily. Ah, yes, I said softly. Harry Potter, our new celebrity. I gave the same opening speech I always did, cold, controlled. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion-making, I began. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop her death. If you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. They quieted. I knew how to command silence. Even the most stubborn of Gryffindors held their tongues when I began listing poisons they wouldn't feel until it was far too late. Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Silence. I don't know, sir, Harry said. His voice was softer than I expected. I nodded once, coldly, tutted. Fame clearly isn't everything. I heard a sharp intake of breath from the Granger girl 2 seats down. Her hand was in the air, trembling with need. I ignored her. Where, Mr. Potter, would you look if I... asked you to find me a bezel. I don't know, sir. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? He hesitated. I don't know. I think Hermione does. Though, why don't you try her? Granger was now practically vibrating. Be in her seat. Sit down. I snapped at Granger. Pour your information. Potter, asphodel, and wormwood make a sleeping potion. So powerful it is known as the draught of living death. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat, and it will save you from most poisons. As for monkshood and wolfsbane, they are the same plant, which also goes by the name of aconite. Well, why aren't you all copying that down? There was a sudden rummaging for quills and parchment. Pull over the noise, I said, and a point will be taken from Gryffindor House for your cheek, Potter. They began their first brew, a simple cure for boils. The lesson progressed exactly as I had expected, which is to say, it was a parade of incompetence. That would have been amusing if it weren't so pathetically predictable. I had paired the first years for their simple boil cure potion, though calling it simple was generous when dealing with Gryffindors. Their thick skulls seemed incapable of absorbing even the most basic instructions. I swept between the tables, my robes billowing as I observed their fumbling attempts at what any competent 11-year-old should master. The Gryffindors weighed their dried nettles with all the precision of blind trolls, while their crushing of snake fangs resembled a massacre more than potion preparation. I offered corrections with the patience of a saint, which is to say, none at all. Pathetic, I murmured as Finnegan nearly dropped his entire supply of nettles. Appalling as Thomas managed to powder his snake fangs into dust. The only respite came from observing young Malfoy's work, which displayed the natural superiority I had come to expect from properly educated wizarding families. Observe, I announced, gesturing toward Draco's cauldron, the correct method of stewing horned slugs. Note the precise temperature control, the consistent stirring motion. This is what competence looks like, though I hardly expect the rest of you too. The explosion cut through my words like a physical blow. Acid green smoke billowed across the dungeon in noxious clouds, accompanied by a hissing that spoke of serious chemical catastrophe. Through the chaos, I glimpsed the twisted remains of what had once been a pewter cauldron, now reduced to molten slag that spread across the stone floor like some virulent disease. The entire class scrambled onto their stools like startled cats, their shoes smoking where the escaped potion had splashed. And there, in the center of this disaster, stood Longbottom, naturally, drenched in his own failed creation, and already sprouting angry red boils across his pale skin, like some grotesque flowering idiot boy. The words tore from my throat as I raised my wand, vanishing the spreading potion before it could eat through the dungeon floor entirely. The familiar weight of disappointment settled in my chest like a stone. I suppose you added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire. Longbottom's whimper confirmed my suspicions. The boy's face was already distorting as boils erupted across his nose, transforming him into something that belonged in a medical textbook's chapter on what not to do in potions class. "Take him up to the hospital wing." I snapped at his partner, that Irish boy who looked ready to faint. At least Finnegan had the sense to appear horrified by his partner's condition, though he'd probably contributed to this disaster through sheer proximity. But as I surveyed the wreckage, my gaze fell upon Potter and Weasley, who had been working at the adjacent table. "You," I said, my voice cutting through the dungeon's stunned silence as I rounded on him. Potter, her green eyes, those eyes that reminded her, widened as I approached. "Why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought he'd make you look good if he got it wrong, did you?" Harry's mouth opened as if to protest, that familiar expression of indignant surprise spreading across his features. How like his father he looked in that moment, ready to argue, to make excuses, to shift blame onto others. "That's another point you've lost for Gryffindor," I concluded, watching with satisfaction as the boy's protest died on his lips. Weasley, showing more intelligence than I'd credited him with, had apparently kicked his friend into silence behind their cauldron. When the lesson ended, they filed out silently, not daring to speak. Harry was the last to leave. He looked over his shoulder at me once, as if trying to understand something. I stared him down. He blinked, looked away, and left. The classroom was quiet. I extinguished the final flame and returned to my desk. My hands shook as I reached for my quill. I opened the black ledger I kept beneath the drawer, the one I never let Dumbledore see. Potter, Harry, Year 1, First Potions, Class Notes, distracted, no prior knowledge, reaches to protect others. Docent T, lash out. Her eyes, I paused, then carefully I wrote, "Not like him." I stared at the words, and I did not know whether that made things better or worse. I remained still at my desk, staring at the jar of asphodel beside me, pale roots curling like old bone in the murky glass. I had taught that lesson hundreds of times, but never like that, never while staring into her eyes. I stood abruptly. The dungeon felt stifling. I needed space, air, but more than anything, I needed answers to the question that had lodged itself in my mind like a splinter. Why bring it here? I found myself climbing the cold staircases of the castle without thought, moving on instinct, past the long portraits, past whispering suits of armor, past an inquisitive Peeves, who thankfully darted the other way. I reached the stone gargoyle outside the headmaster's office. "Peppermint humbug," I muttered. The statue moved. I ascended. Albus Dumbledore was standing with his back to me, facing the window. The warm amber light of early afternoon cut across the room in soft angles. Fawkes blinked at me from his perch, quiet for once. "Severus," Dumbledore said, without turning. "I take it the first potions lesson has concluded." I said nothing at first. I crossed the room, hands clasped tightly behind my back. Then, coldly, "I told you I wasn't ready to face him. And yet you did," he said gently, "which tells me you are." I scoffed. "Don't twist this into something noble. You know very well I had no choice. You made sure of that. He turned now, eyes soft, ever watchful. And did he live up to what you expected? I hesitated that, then, bitterly, no, he did not. Dumbledore said nothing. I stepped closer to his desk, leaning both palms onto the wood. He is nothing like James. Nothing. Not yet, anyway. He doesn't strut. He doesn't provoke. He doesn't seem to think he's special. Dumbledore nodded, as if but he's not Lily, either, I added, more quietly. No, said Dumbledore. He is Harry. I looked away. That's the problem, I said under my breath. Dumbledore crossed to his cabinet and poured 2 glasses of fire whiskey. Something he rarely did unless a conversation called for honesty. He offered one. I did not refuse. We sat in silence for a moment. I stared into the glass, swirling the amber liquid. She's there, I muttered. In his face, in his eyes. It's like looking into the past. A ghost walking through my classroom. Painful, Dumbledore said softly. Worse, I hissed. It's distracting. He tilted his head. And yet, you held your role. Barely. I wanted to curse him. Then I wanted to protect him. I wanted to yell. Then I wanted to ask if he's happy. I slammed the glass down on the desk. Hate him for making me feel. Dumbledore didn't flinch. Feelings are not weaknesses, Severus, he said quietly. You taught me they were, long ago. I taught you that hiding them would save lives. I never said it would save yours. I stood again, pacing to the window below. I could see the greenhouses glinting in the sun. Tiny figures moved between them, students laughing, heads bent together. The world went on, oblivious. You still expect me to protect him, I said. Yes, even if I hate him, you won't. I already do. No, Severus. What you hate is what he reminds you of. I looked at him sharply. He continued. James, yourself, what might have been, what was lost. His voice dropped to almost a whisper. And her. I turned back to the window, and for the first time in years, I let myself remember fully the way Lily laughed in the great hall, the way she used to roll her eyes when I quoted obscure potion texts, the way her eyes narrowed when she defended someone weaker. She would have defended Harry fiercely, even from me. Why did you bring the stone here, Albus? I asked. He turned to me calmly. Because I trusted it would be safe. Safe, I snapped. You've hidden an object capable of granting immortality, possibly enough to resurrect the Dark Lord himself, underneath a school full of children, safeguarded by enchantments. Here, I can watch over it personally and ensure that no careless hand or darker force can claim it. Your potion barrier. I confess myself curious about its psychological architecture, Severus. I tilted my head fractionally. Psychological. 7 vessels. A number steeped in magical significance. Yet your puzzle strips away magic entirely. The solver must abandon their greatest strength to survive. His fingers traced idle patterns, by on the desk, rather cruel, even by your standards. Cruel. You don't want the stone to be found by anyone. A bitter laugh escaped me. I offer them a choice between intellect and instinct. If they choose poorly, that's hardly my failing, and you want them to fail. So, it serves its intended purpose, that is true. Dumbledore's expression remained maddeningly calm. I need you to patrol more frequently, Severus. The corridors require more. I snapped. I'm already your watchdog, your spy, my most trusted guardian of the stone. Don't, my hands clenched. Don't dress this up as honor when you mean burden. Someone grows desperate, Severus, reckless. You suspect your staff? I asked. Perhaps watch everyone. His blue eyes hardened. The stone corrupts even good intentions. You brought the boy here, I said. You brought the stone here. But why, Quirrell? Dumbledore didn't answer. I stepped forward. He's not just a coward, Albus. He's incompetent. He can't even cast a basic shield charm without flinching. Still, Dumbledore remained silent. I pressed further. You know what those subject demands. Dark arts isn't just theory. These children need more than books and classroom spells. They need someone who understands what darkness truly looks like. They need to be prepared. Dumbledore's gaze met mine. Bend. You believe Quirrell cannot prepare them? No, I said flatly. I know he can't. He stutters through lessons. He turns practical dueling into a joke. He's afraid of his own shadow. Dumbledore tilted his head, quietly thoughtful. Some might say fear is a useful teacher, I sneered. Not when it gets them killed. A long silence followed. Finally, Dumbledore said, You still want his post? My mouth tightened. I want it done properly, I said. If not by me, then by someone who won't turn the subject into fairy stories and trembling hands. These students will one day face real curses, not just essay questions about them. His expression shifted just slightly, not quite a smile, something more tired. Your concern is noted, Severus. I turned away, not because I had one, but because I knew I hadn't. You made a promise to protect the boy, Dumbledore said. Behind me, the words hung in the air like a spell, a lifetime ago. In this very office, I had begged him to protect her, and when she died, I had sworn something even greater. Protect the boy, always. I closed my eyes. My voice was barely audible. I remember, then remember it every day, Dumbledore said, for as long as he lives. When I returned to the dungeons, the candlelight felt colder. The shadows on the stone walls stretched long, as if the castle itself remembered what I had promised. I stood by my desk, unmoving. Then, instead of opening the black notebook, I reached for the lowest drawer, the one I never touched, the one I had warded with 3 enchantments and a drop of blood. It clicked open beneath my fingers. Inside, a single folded letter, its edges worn soft with time. I picked it up carefully, as if it might vanish. Lily's handwriting. The parchment had yellowed. The ink at the corners faded, but her words were still clear. Sev, don't be so cross. You're still my best friend, even if you sulk like a cat in the rain. L. I read it once, then again. Her name stared up at me in curling loops, bright as it had been the day she'd written it, back when I still had a chance to be something better than what I became. I held it in my hands a long while, long enough for the candle to burn low. Then, gently, reverently, I refolded the letter and placed it back, closed the drawer, locked it tight. Afterward, I opened the black notebook and found the page with his name. Potter, Harry, protect him, even from yourself. Chapter 3. Troll in the Dungeons. The next morning, Saturday, I woke without the weight of lessons. My chambers held the faint scent of dried herbs. I reached for my journal, tracing the notes I had scratched into the page. The formula for the improved draft of peace glared back at me, unfinished. A sharp tap against the window pulled me from thought. The owl was large, the ministry's seal tied to its leg. It pushed its beak against the glass until I unlatched the catch. The bird stepped onto my desk, scattering a few loose scraps of parchment. I broke the seal. The letter was brief, written, put in a hand that wasted no ink. Professor Snape, due to a shortage of stock. The department requests immediate assistance in brewing the following: blood replenishing potion, calming draught, and 5 files of Veritaserum restricted use. Aura, office only. Your cooperation is required. Required. They never bothered with politeness. I set the parchment down and took up my quill to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Your request has been received. Stock for blood replenishing potion can be supplied within the week. Calming draught requires precise brewing and will not be rushed, but you shall have it before month's end. As for Veritaserum, 3 months are necessary for proper maturation. If you are asking for 5 files within days, you are asking for counterfeit it. I do not brew counterfeits. Snaptha. Quill left a thin scratch at the end of my name. I rolled the parchment tight and tied it back to the owl's leg. The bird fixed me with a round eye before lifting into the green light that filtered through the lake. The owl had not gone far before I called it back with a flick of my fingers. It circled once, wings brushing the glass, then landed again with a soft thud. I pulled the reply back from its leg. A correction was necessary. The ministry never considered the value of a potion master's time. They thought ingredients grew on castle walls, that labor cost nothing, that skill could be summoned like water from a tap. I uncapped the ink. Snap addendum. All potions supplied by my hand will be invoiced. Blood replenishing potion requires Myrtlap essence, which the ministry does not stock. Calming draught consumes powdered moonstone, not inexpensive. Veritaserum demands not only materials, but 3 months of constant oversight. Payment is expected upon delivery. If this is unacceptable, I suggest you locate another brewer foolish enough to work without compensation. This time, I let the quill rest hard on the page. The owl clicked its beak as though impatient. I tied the parchment back and sent it on its way. When the last trace of its wings had faded into the lake light, I turned to my journal again. The draft of peace, a potion for easing agitation, softening grief, stilling the storm in a restless mind. In theory, gentle. In practice, treacherous. Brew it a degree too hot, and the drinker slips into stupor. Brew it to cool, and the result is useless water. I had seen students butcher it into frothing messes, their cauldrons clouded with the smell of scorched valerian. My notes filled the page in tight strokes. Powdered pearl replaces moonstone, steadies the shimmer, grants stability in heat. Test ratio: 1 dram pearl to 6 parts asphodel infusion. Valerian reduced to half measure, retains calm without pulling under. Add hellebore sparingly, stir widdershins, not clockwise. A risk, certainly, but if it worked, the potion would quiet a troubled mind without dragging it into fog. No more half-sleeping victim. No more ministry clerks demanding a calming draught, as if it were a sweetmeat from honeydukes. A knock, thin, insistent, shattered the quiet. I did not move at once. Few dared to disturb me here. When the sound came again, sharper, I rose from by the desk and crossed the chamber. Filch stood hunched in the doorway, his lantern throwing greasy light across the stones. Mrs. Norris pressed against his boots, her lamp-like eyes cutting into the shadows behind him. "What?" I said. Filch shifted his grip on the lantern, as though the handle burned his hand. "Begging your pardon, Professor, but there's been play activity up near the 3rd floor. Movements in the dark round the forbidden corridor." My eyes narrow. "Students, that's what I thought." His voice rasped with eagerness, as if already tasting the punishments he might deal. But when I got there, not a sound, not a shadow left. Only Mrs. Norris here. At the sound of her name, the cat lifted her head, ears pricked. She let out a long, throaty sound, somewhere between a growl and a yowl, glaring up at me as if I were the one under suspicion. I looked down at her. "And what exactly did you see?" Mrs. Norris arched her back, tail stiff, and gave a series of sharp, indignant cries. Filch crouched a little, lantern swaying. "She saw someone. She did. She never mistakes. Not her." She followed the trail, straight to the corridor. "If she says there was someone there, there was. She is a cat," I said flatly. Mrs. Norris spat, as though I had insulted her to the marrow. Her tail lashed against Filch's boot. Filch bristled, half rising again. Mrs. Norris sees more than any of these useless brats, more than most start. If I'm saying true, if she says there was someone, there was. I studied them both, the squinting, oily caretaker and the female cat at his side. The 3rd floor, the forbidden corridor. "Very well," I said at last. "If there are shadows where there should be none, I will see them for myself. Leave this to me." Filch's face fell, hope of punishments slipping through his fingers. Mrs. Norris gave one last hiss before pressing herself back against his leg, her gaze never leaving me. I shut the door on them both and turned back into the room. The journal lay open, silver notes glinting in the green glow from the window. The draught of peace would have to wait. With a sweep of my wand, the ink dried on my open journal. Another flick sealed the files on my shelves, corks tightening themselves with faint pops. The fire beneath the cauldron sighed into darkness, leaving only the glow from the lake outside. My chambers held their order once more. I straightened my robes with a tug, then drew my wand across the air. The faint dust clinging to the hem vanished. My hair, unruly from sleep, smoothed under the charm. I lifted my wand. Perco. Night's residue left my skin at once. Vestio, fresh robes wrapped into place, black folds settling sharp and precise. Composure restored, I turned for the door. To appear before the castle, one must appear composed. When I opened the door again, the corridor was empty. Filch and his shadow-eyed cat had already slunk away, no doubt back to their patrols. Only the scent of lamp oil lingered. I moved upward through the stone passages. The dungeons gave way to staircases that twisted like restless serpents. Voices grew louder the higher I climbed. Children spilling into the corridors, careless, loud. Near the entrance to the great hall, I nearly collided with Pomona Sprout. Her robes smelled of damp soil, and there was a smear of earth across her sleeve, where she had clearly wiped a hand. "Severus," she said, her round face flushed from the morning's work. "Off to breakfast." I inclined my head, eventually. "But first, what do you know of an intruder in the castle?" Her brow furrowed beneath her patched hat. "Intruder? Has someone been where they ought not?" "Filch came to me at dawn," I replied. "He claims there was movement near the third-floor corridor. Mrs. Norris saw someone, though when he arrived, the place was empty." Sprout's mouth pursed. "Empty places don't always mean empty students, or something worse." I studied her. Sprout had never been a woman given to melodrama, yet the faint unease in her eyes was genuine. Students would be foolish enough. But if it was not, the doors to the great hall opened with a push, and sound rolled out in waves, clattering cutlery, laughter that cracked like firecrackers, voices bouncing against the enchanted ceiling. The sky above mirrored a pale autumn morning, streaked with thin clouds. The great hall's din filtered up to our table, first years shrieking over howlers. The Weasley twins' latest explosion echoing from the Gryffindor table. I slid into my chair as a house elf whisked away yesterday's wilted roses, replacing them with fresh chrysanthemums that made Sprout nod approvingly. Platters steamed before us, fried tomatoes, thick slices of toast, a silver jug of pumpkin juice. Minerva McGonagall poured herself tea, her expression sharp even in repose. Across from her, Flitwick balanced on a cushion, chuckling at some private thought. Minerva cleared her throat, a sound sharp enough to cut through Hagrid's enthusiastic retelling of how his pumpkins had grown 3 sizes overnight. She waited, one eyebrow arched. "We have a new seeker," Minerva announced. Hagrid looked up from his bacon, crumbs in his beard. "About time. Wood's been pestering everyone for weeks." "Who'd you find?" Flitwick asked Harry Potter. The words hit like a stunning spell. "Potter." I dropped my fork. "He's been here only a month, and the rules forbid first years," I said. "Rules are flexible when we haven't won the cup in 7 years." Minerva's accent sharpened. I watched him fly yesterday, chasing Longbottom. Rememberall 30 feet up. I set down my cup harder than necessary. An unwise decision, Minerva. Utterly reckless. An owl landed on the table, scattering crumbs. Dumbledore shooed it away gently. Perhaps we should trust Minerva's judgment, he said mildly. She has produced more professional players than any other head of house. 2, Minerva said with pride. My napkin hit the table with quiet finality. Don't summon me when it goes wrong. I turned on my heel and left them to their delusions. Behind me, I could hear Hagrid's booming laugh and Flitwick's excited chatter about Quidditch strategies. The normal sounds of a normal morning at Hogwarts, where nothing was ever truly normal at all. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, has become the Gryffindor seeker. And somewhere in the shadows of the castle, I knew dark things were already beginning to stir. I was observing the students as they moved through the hall when a sudden clatter of footsteps and a high-pitched squeal of terror drew my attention. Harry had paused mid-bite, a baked potato in hand, and every other student froze in surprise. Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, turban skewed at a precarious angle, robes flapping, face pale beneath the thin fabric. His wide eyes darted around as if the very walls might collapse on him. He reached Dumbledore's chair with a stumble, bowing briefly to the headmaster before gasping out, "Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." I noted the tremor in his hands, the way his knees almost buckled beneath him. A faint whimper escaped his lips, but he did not fall. The chaos in his wake was enough to alert even the most distracted first year. I allowed my eyes to sweep the hall, cataloging each startled face, noting those whose reflexes, or lack thereof, might serve them in the coming minutes. The moment Quirrell's shrill announcement of a troll in the dungeons reached the hall, chaos erupted. Students screamed and surged toward the exits, robes flaring like startled birds. Some tripped over benches, sending silverware and plates clattering to the stone floor. First years clung to one another, shrieking, while older students tried to restore order. Though panic had already taken root, the air smelled of spilled pumpkin juice and fear, sharp and metallic. I moved through the hall, ignoring the swirl of panic around me. Near the stairwell, I saw Slytherin head prefect, Mr. Spellwyn, escort first year to the common room at once. Ensure no one lags behind. Yes, sir, he said. He gestured with her wand, and the Slytherin students lined up quickly, moving under his guidance down the polished stairs. Even as the students streamed away, a thought nagged at me. The third floor, the troll, or the chaos surrounding it, could be a distraction. Someone might be taking advantage of the panic to cover their movements. I adjusted my robes and walked toward the corridor leading to the third floor, wand in hand. A ripple of movement caught my eye, and I stiffened. At first, I thought it must be another panicked student, but the gate was wrong. Too hesitant, too awkward, yet fumbling in its own peculiar way. It was Quirrell, the same thin, flustered man who had shrieked about a troll in the dungeons. sending half the hall into chaos, was the one now climbing the stairs toward the third floor. His robes flapped about his knees, catching on corners of the banister. His turban sat at a precarious angle atop his head, one side drooping as though gravity itself had decided to ridicule him. Pale lips pressed together, quivering slightly, and his hands twitched uselessly near his chest, as if to ward off some imagined attacker. He jumped, nearly colliding with the wall, and then jerked upright in an awkward bow, turban tilting further at an alarming angle. Professor Snape, what? I interrupted, voice sharp enough to slice through his stammer. My eyes bored into his, tracking every nervous twitch of his fingers. Explain your presence here, on the third floor, alone. Quirrell's hands fumble at the edge of his robes, twisting the fabric as though it might shield him from my gaze. I saw a troll in the dungeons. I came here to help. I raised a single eyebrow, letting the silence stretch like a blade. Ah, yes, the troll. And yet, instead of safeguarding students where they might actually be, you dash off to the third floor. Brilliant strategy, really. Could you elaborate on the logic behind this master? He swallowed, hands clutching his turban as if it might anchor him to reality. I thought, well, I needed to warn others, Severus. I let out a quiet, cutting laugh, sharp and cold. The third floor is deserted, forbidden to students. Pray, Professor Quirrell, whom exactly did you intend to warn? The portraits, the dust. Quirrell flinched, his pale lips parting in a gasp. No, Severus. I panicked, and I ran here, of course, I said, stepping closer so he could feel the chill of my presence. Panic. Naturally, the perfect excuse for running straight into a corridor you have no business in. Marvelous foresight. Quirrell stammered one last incomprehensible protest, tugging at his turban as if it could shield him from reason itself. I'm sorry, Severus. Suddenly, there is an echoing crash carried through the castle. Even before the sound faded, I could see Quirrell's pale face blanch beside me, turban slightly askew, hands twitching nervously. Let's go and check, I said. I made my way to the second floor, my steps echoing along the empty corridor. I arrived just in time to see Professor McGonagall storming into the girls' bathroom, eyes blazing, followed closely by myself. My wand at the ready. The troll lay sprawled across the tile floor, massive limbs splayed at unnatural angles, club discarded. Beside it, a dull crack marking the spot where it had finally succumbed. Its coarse black fur was matted with water and grime, and a grayish, sticky substance smeared its nostrils and upper lip. His chest rose and fell with slow, uneven breaths, the faintest hint that it had not entirely ceased life, only been rendered unconscious. Harry stood panting nearby, wand still in hand, shoulders tense, hair plastered to his forehead with sweat. Weasley boy lingered, wide-eyed, staring at his own handiwork, wand trembling slightly in his grip. Granger girl crouched against the far wall, knees drawn to her chest, eyes darting from troll to boys, Quirrell brought up the rear, and his thin frame trembling. The moment his gaze fell on the troll, he let out a high-pitched whimper and collapsed onto the nearest chair, clutching his chest, as though it might stop the beating of his fear. I moved forward, bending over the creature to examine. It is knocked out, McGonagall's gaze fixed on Harry and Weasley. What on earth were you thinking of? McGonagall's voice cut like a whip. You're lucky you weren't killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory? From the shadows came a small, determined voice. Please, Professor McGonagall. They were looking for me, said Granger. I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own, she admitted. You know, because I've read all about them. McGonagall's lips thinned in exasperation. Miss Granger, you foolish girl. How could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own? 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor, McGonagall said, though her anger softened slightly. I'm very disappointed in you. If you are unharmed, you may return to Gryffindor Tower. Students are finishing the feast in their houses. Granger left, and McGonagall turned her attention to the boys. Well, you were lucky, she said, though the edge of concern in her tone belied her words. Not many first years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll. You each earn 5 points for Gryffindor. Professor Dumbledore will be informed. You may go. Chapter 4. The Duties of the Night Patrol. The apothecary was a cramped, dusty cavern that smelled of parched earth and things preserved past their natural end. Faded herb bundles dangled like sleeping bats from the rafters, their shadows dancing across jars where unnameable organs floated, pet in perpetual twilight, suspended in murky brine. A woman who seemed woven from the shop's very shadows tottered forward. Madame Spindlewarp's spectacles perched precariously on the tip of a long, thin nose, and her elbows, sharp beneath a shawl maked with old potion stains, poked at the air. Professor Snape, she chirruped. She bustled behind the counter. For an honor, we've just had aconite delivered, roots thicker than a man's thumb. Moonstone that shines like a shard of winter sky powdered root of asphodel, I said. Trivelfig essence, armadillo bile, a triple measure. I placed the order on the counter. Veritaserum, she said. Merlin's beard. Only a few true masters would even attempt such a do. I need to repeat myself, I said, tapping my fingers on the counter. She gave a jerky nod, ducking her head. And her quill began a frantic scratching against a scrap of parchment. The door to the hogs. Head gave its usual groan as I pushed it open, the wood protesting like it resented anyone coming in. The smell hit me first. Stale smoke, sour ale, and damp stone mixed together into something that made you want to breathe through your mouth. Weak sunlight struggled through the filthy windows, lighting up dust that floated in the air like ghosts of better times. Aberforth Dumbledore sat behind the bar where he always did, looking like a man who'd given up on everything years ago. He was wiping a glass with a rag so dirty it was making the glass worse. He looked like Albus, but wrong. The same blue eyes, but cold and hard, with none of the warmth. Aberforth, I said. He grunted and set the glass down hard. Snape, what brings you here? The dungeons flood. Or do you actually like my company? Your company is something I save for special occasions. I slid a silver coin across the bar. It looked to clean against the blackened wood. And maybe some information, if you're feeling talkative. He poured the drink and pushed it toward me. Whiskey's cheap. Talk isn't. I left the glass alone, I'm sure. But you must see things here. Strange people coming and going. More than your usual drunks and low-lifes. His beard twitched. Strange. You're looking at the strangest thing in this village right now, Snape. Don't you have a mirror at home? I smiled, but there wasn't any humor in it. Charming. But let's say your eyes work, as well as your mouth does. Hogsmeade's full of gossip. People talk. Unless you've suddenly gone blind. He leaned forward on his elbows, staring at me with those cold eyes. People come, people go. They drink, they complain, they smell bad. Same as always. If you want a guest list, you'll be waiting until the rats in the walls start paying rent. Rats, I said, letting my eyes drift toward the dark corners where things scurried in the shadows. Fitting company for this establishment. His jaw went tight. Watch it, Snape. Watching is exactly why I'm here. The headmaster cares about keeping the school safe, though I can't say much for his brother's business practices. That got to him. His eyes went narrow, and his hands curled into fists on the counter. This place isn't any of Albus's business, or yours. I stood up, leaving both the coin and the untouched drink on the counter. I was almost at the door when he spoke up. You tell my brother, he said, and I could hear the satisfaction in his voice, that I don't need his games or your attitude to know trouble's coming. I sweep it out of here every night. The door groaned shut behind me, leaving the stink and silence to fester in peace. A damp, cloying fog pressed down upon the crooked rooftops of Nocturne Alley, muffling the world and turning the hissing gas lamps into bleary yellow eyes. Shadows clung to the doorways, deep and shifting. The iron bell of Borgin and Burke's gave a single, hollow clang as I stepped inside, a sound eaten by the oppressive silence. The shop was a mausoleum, cold enough to see one's breath, smelling damp stone and old malice. Glass-fronted cabinets loomed, their panes misted with time. Upon a bed of faded velvet, a set of withered hands twitched in a silent, sleeping dance. Mr. Borgin emerged from the back room, a long, pale smile stretching his face without ever warming his eyes. Professor Snape, the establishment is honored. What brings you to my door this evening? Essence of Hellebore. Your entire stock, I said. His smile tightened, but he said nothing, slinking instead to a great black cabinet and unlocking, put with a key fashioned from a single yellowed claw. The vials of Hellebore clinked together as they dropped into my satchel. Tea. As I turned to leave, Borgin's voice slithered through the gloom behind me. Professor. One might wonder, is he truly dead? I paused, my hand on the door handle, feeling his pale eyes boring into my back. Who? I asked, though we both knew. The Dark Lord. Borgin's whisper cut through the cold air. You were there that night, were you not? at Godric's Hollow. I turned. The Dark Lord fell. The entire wizarding world knows this. But Borgin's smile widened. Fell, yes, but dead. Such a powerful wizard, the most powerful of our age, reduced to nothing by a mere infant. He shook his head. No, Professor, men like him do not simply vanish. The vials of hellebore clinked in my satchel as I shifted. What are you suggesting, Borgin? That perhaps reports of his death have been exaggerated? His eyes gleamed in the lamplight. I believe the Dark Lord still draws breath, Professor. A wizard of his power does not simply fade into nothing. No, he waits, gathering strength, choosing his moment to emerge when the world least expects it. You speak in riddles, Borgin, I said. The Dark Lord is gone. Every one of his followers scattered or imprisoned. Everyone. He leaned forward, his pale fingers drumming against the counter. Strange, then, how certain items continue to find eager buyers. How whispers travel through nocturne alley of movements in the shadows, of signs and portents. What items? I asked. Borgins smiled. Oh, nothing concrete, Professor. Merely rumors floating through the darker corners of our world. Items of particular significance changing hands. Old families liquidating collections they once guarded. Who? The question escaped before I could stop it. Ah, just whispers, you understand. Nothing I could verify. Though I thought perhaps you might know more, given your unique position. My position. Come now, Professor. We both know why the Dark Lord placed you so close to Dumbledore. Such valuable intelligence must flow through Hogwarts halls. He tilted his head. The question that intrigues me is, where do your true loyalties lie? With the old fool who trusts you, or with the true Lord? You dare question my allegiance. You who cowered behind your shop counter while others bled for the cause. I have walked through fire that would reduce you to ash, Borgin. I have stared, put into the face of death itself, and emerged unchanged. Do not presume to understand the depths of sacrifice you could never fathom. Borgin's confident smile faltered. My loyalties run deeper than your shallow mind could comprehend. They are forged in pain you have never known, and sealed with choices that would break lesser men. I leaned back, questioned me again, and discover just how educational my displeasure can be. I turned without another word, my black robes billowing behind me like wings of shadow. The bell's hollow clang marked my departure as I stepped into the suffocating embrace of the fog. I disapparated with a sharp crack, materializing on the outskirts of Hogsmeade Village. The familiar cobbled streets lay quiet under the starlight, shop windows dark and shuttered for the night. My boots clicked against the stones as I made my way through the sleeping village, past the 3 broomsticks and the post office door. The path that led to Hogwarts. The castle's familiar silhouette rose against the star-scattered sky as I walked the winding road, its windows glowing like scattered jewels. My mind churned over Borgin's implications with each step, my eyes fixed on the tallest tower where a single light burned in the headmaster's office. The great oak doors of Hogwarts opened silently at my approach. My footsteps echoed through the empty corridors as I climbed the spiral staircase to Dumbledore's tower. The gargoyle stepped aside without a word, another indication that my arrival was expected. At the office door, I paused for the briefest moment, then knocked. "Come in, Severus Albus." I entered, closing the door behind me. "We need to discuss few matters." He looked up from his parchment. "The troll, yes. A most unfortunate breach of security, though I understand it was dealt with admirably by young Potter and his friends. Potter's recklessness is hardly the issue here." I moved to stand before his desk. "The question is how a 12-foot mountain troll found its way into this castle. Trolls don't simply wander in. Tell me, what do you think?" "I think someone let it in," I said. While everyone was panicking, I observed Professor Quirrell making his way toward the third-floor corridor. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "Quirinus, did he say why he was in the third floor?" Not a clear answer. Panicked, and somehow ended. "Up there," I said. "He is up to something." "That's quite an accusation." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, studying me. "You've never been particularly fond of Quirinus, have you? Even before tonight. My personal opinions are irrelevant, are they? You disagreed rather vocally when I appointed him to the position. Perhaps your suspicions are colored by that disappointment." I felt my jaw tighten. "You think I'm fabricating lies because you rejected my recommendation for the defense post?" Dumbledore shook this head. "No. I think you're a man who sees enemies everywhere, sometimes where none exist. And I think you're dangerously naive about the people you trust." I stepped closer to the desk. "Quirrell has changed since his return from Albania. The stuttering fool act may convince others, but something is different about him." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "I believe Professor Quirrell had some unfortunate encounters with vampires. The experience left him rather shaken." "Do not trust him," I said. "We can't exactly accuse without evidence." "I hope you can see that," Dumbledore said. "Borgin believes the Dark Lord still draws breaths." I said. He spoke of items changing hands. Whispers in Nocturne Alley of movements in the shadows, of signs and portents. He suspects those who served faithfully will find their loyalty rewarded sooner than the Ministry believes. Dump rose slowly, the weight of years suddenly visible in his movements. "And he believes you remain among those faithful servants." He questioned where my true allegiances lie, with you or with the master who marked me. My lip curled. I left him, wondering. Good. Dumbledore moved to the window, staring into the darkness beyond. "This confirms my deepest fears, Severus. Voldemort is out there, weakened, diminished, but alive. Someone aids his return, works to restore him, while the wizarding world celebrates its false peace. We must know who serves him and how close they are to success," I said. Turning back to me, Albus's eyes held their familiar weight of expectation. "I must ask you to expand your observations, Severus. Patrol the darker corners more frequently. Listen for whispers that might lead us to his supporters." How delightful. more skulking through the sewers of our world, at your beck and call. Shall I also polish your shoes while I'm at it, Headmaster? I said. That won't be necessary, Severus, Dumbledore said, his voice carrying a note of finality. Though I do appreciate your enthusiasm. He paused, his blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. I am planning to use the mirror of Erised as the final trial. What are your thoughts on this? The mirror of Erised, I replied. The very same mirror you warned me to keep my distance from. That cursed thing has driven countless souls to madness, consumed by visions of what they can never possess. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Indeed, the more dangerous the object, the more suitable it becomes as our ultimate test. Understanding there was nothing more to discuss, I nodded curtly and turned to leave. That night I set out on patrol. The castle always seemed half awake after dark, its stones releasing the warmth of the day in slow breaths. The wooden beams shifted and creaked as though they had secrets of their own, and the portraits dozed in their frames, muttering in their sleep. My footsteps rang against the flagstones, only to be hushed again by the long tapestries that stirred, as if some unseen hand had brushed past. The bloody Baron emerged from a suit of armor like smoke, his chains singing a familiar lullaby of metal. Against metal, evening, Severus. The bloody Baron drifted from the wall, silver light clinging to the edge of his form. His voice carried the weight of centuries spent whispering in shadowed halls. The castle is restless tonight. I paused beneath a wavering torch, watching the light throw restless shapes across the stones. Filch and his cat swear someone is prowling the third floor after dark. The Baron inclined his head. You are not alone in that report. The fat lady told me only yesterday she heard footsteps near her frame. 3 times, she said. But when she called out, no one answered, gave a sharp sniff. More than likely the work of 2 Weasley brats. Last week, I caught them loitering near the staircases after curfew. When I demanded an explanation, one had the gall to inform me he was conducting architectural research by attempting to befriend a gargoyle. I gave them a month's worth of polishing those same gargoyles. I went on. Let they conduct all the research they want, cloth in hand. The Baron's thin mouth twitched, then parted in a low, rattling sound like dry bones shifting. A laugh that held no warmth. We climbed the marble staircase together, my footsteps echoing solidly, while the Barons glided in silence beside them. A portrait of a shepherd gave a sudden snore, rolled over, and grumbled about sheep daring to count him for once. The 3rd floor feels different tonight, the Baron said as we reached the landing. The corridor stretched out before us, moonlight spilling in through tall windows and striping the flagstones with silver. Everything looked as it always did, suits of armor standing stiffly at attention. Threadbare tapestries showing wizards locked in duels that never ended. The scuttle of a mouse darting for cover. And yet something was wrong. There, the Baron breathed, pointing a ghostly hand toward the forbidden corridor. The door. Severus. I followed his gaze. The heavy wooden door to the forbidden corridor stood open, just a finger's width, but enough to let absolute darkness seep into the moonlit hall. A low mirror, I murmured, examining the residue. Cast within the last hour, student or staff, hard to say. I drew my wand. Baron drifted closer to the door, his ectoplasm leaving no trace on the ancient stones. Shall I accompany you? Stay here. Keep watch. I edged forward, wand raised. The door groaned on its hinges, a low, complaining note that echoed through the circular chamber. Dust stirred beneath my boots, small motes floating in the cone of light from my wand. The vaulted ceiling above disappeared into darkness, swallowing the upper walls, leaving only the cold gleam of stone below. The three-headed dog lay coiled across the floor, heads resting atop one another like sleeping boulders. Black fur slicked with damp, glinting where the wand light caught it. Each head rose and fell with the slow rhythm of breathing, nostrils flaring, whiskers twitching. Wet footprints marred the dust, heavy and adult-sized, leading to the trap door at the dog's feet. The wood was etched with runes that pulsed faintly, bin the light iron bindings curling over the edges. A crack split the seal. Someone had opened it. I knelt, fingertips brushing the iron. Warm. The chill of the dungeon clashed against it, and I could almost taste the heat, metal and magic, sharp on my tongue. A faint draft drifted upward, carrying the scent of damp fur and something older, raw and alive. A sound whispered beneath me, an inhale, a shift of weight too massive to be human. I froze, the eyes opened. 3 pairs, enormous, yellow, glimmering, like lanterns in the dark. The middle head lifted first, craning its neck to examine me. Drool fell in glistening strands onto the stone, sizzling slightly where it touched the faint warmth of the floor. Muscles rippled under fur, shoulders rolling as if testing their own strength. The other heads swayed, hypnotic, low guttural sounds vibrating in their throats. The middle head's gaze locked with mine, bright and intelligent. Every inch of its posture spelled intruder, danger. I exhaled slowly, lowering my wand just enough to show I wasn't attacking. Easy, I whispered. My boots pressed lightly into the dust, calculating each movement to avoid startling it. Go back to sleep. Tell left head tilted, nostrils quivering. For a single heartbeat, I imagined it might obey. Its massive paw twitched. Drool dripped again, spattering the floor. I could smell every strand of fur, every drop of saliva, every ancient muscle coiled and ready. Then my heel caught on a loose stone. The scrape rang sharp and bright, echoing through the chamber like a bell tolling doom. All 3 heads jerked upright simultaneously, eyes glinting like molten gold. The right head struck first, too fast to follow with the eye. A shadow of sleek black fur, jaws yawning wide, fangs flashing like knives in torchlight. I twisted sharply, trying to put distance between myself and the snapping mouth. But the chamber offered no mercy. The trapdoor underfoot, the slick dust, the scattered drool made footing treacherous. I lunged to the side, wand raised, hoping to evade the strike. But the dog's momentum was unstoppable. Massive jaws clamped onto my left. Die, iron strong and merciless. Wool shredded instantly, leather splintered beneath its teeth, and flesh followed with a sickening precision. Pain blooming through my nerves like molten metal poured over ice. Muscles coiled, fangs biting deeper, forcing me to stagger, nearly losing balance as the beast shook its head. Every sinew of its shoulder rolled under wet, matted fur, and the warm, pungent spray of saliva hit my skin, stinging and hot. I could feel the tremor of the dog's heartbeat against my leg, a rhythm as old and merciless as the earth itself. I bit down hard on the metallic taste of blood in my mouth, keeping my teeth clenched, refusing to scream. My wand hand trembled with effort, the wood slick against sweat as I scrambled, twisted, trying to wrench myself free, to slip past the jaws before they found bones to purify. I shouted. The spell struck the beast's flank, and red light flared across slick black fur, illuminating the coarse strands that stuck together with drool. The dog blinked once, golden eyes narrowing, but did not release me. If anything, its jaws clenched harder, fangs pressing against bone with slow, grinding insistence that made my muscles seize in shock. Blood poured into my boot, sloshing with each heartbeat. My robes clung to me, soaked through, the wet fabric cold against my skin in stark contrast to the heat radiating from my leg. The world wavered, edges shimmering, walls tilting, torchlight dancing across the dust in dizzying arcs. I spat, voice sharp and ragged. The spell struck true. The creature staggered, its massive shoulders pitching backward with a sound like a falling tree. Its grip loosened just enough, with a wet, tearing rip that seemed to echo through the chamber. I wrenched my leg free. Pain exploded along every nerve. I hit the stone floor hard, landing on one arm while my other pressed against my wound. My leg folded beneath me like broken clockwork, tendon and bone straining under the weight of the dog's bite. The creature watched me crawl toward the door with 3 pairs of drowsy eyes, already losing interest now that the immediate threat was neutralized. It settled back into the shadows below with a satisfied rumble, slammed the door behind me. My hands shook as I pressed against the ancient wood, drawing ragged breaths. Blood oozed through my fingers where I clutched the wounds, 3 deep punctures leaking steadily. Something inside protested sharply, muscle or tendon, torn beyond what a simple healing charm could fix. Baron, I rasped. Merlin's beard. Severus. What happened to silence? I snapped, straightening as best I could. Leaning on the door, a flicker of movement caught my eye at the far end of the corridor. A figure, human-sized, moving with quick, distant to see features clearly, but the gait hesitant, favoring one side. Shoulders hunched slightly forward when, in a rush, set every nerve in my body alert. The figure paused at the corner, as if sensing observation, then vanished, flowing, pour into the shadows like a whisper. Baron, follow. The ghost glided silently after the figure. The walk to the dungeons became a test of endurance. Each step sent jagged lightning through my injured leg. Twice I had to press against the cold stone wall, black spots dancing across my vision. The castle's familiar stone and torchlight blurred in pain and effort. When I reached the potion storeroom, the lock clicked open, releasing the rich, pungent smells of brewing concoctions and preserved specimens. I collapsed into a chair, finally allowing myself to examine the damage. My robes were shredded in 3 ragged tears, the blood stain dark and spreading in the lamplight. The Baron materialized beside me again. Sorry, Severus. I could not catch the intruder, a spell left behind. Yes, it clung to the air, twisting and shifting. I tried to follow, but it slowed me, tugged at me, held me in place. The Baron hovered closer. Severus, your leg, I am aware, I snapped, pressing my robes tighter against the wound. The warm stickiness of blood clung to my fingers. No need to hover, Baron. He drifted closer, a faint swirl of mist around him. This is beyond first aid. You should go to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey, I will not. I interrupted. Better to keep this under wraps. No gossip, no questions. His eyes widened, hollow orbs reflecting my wand light. But, Merlin, Severus, you cannot, do not lecture me, Baron. And turned toward my office. I have supplies, enough to treat this for the night. Come morning, I will seek help from Professor Flitwick. I pulled a small satchel from a shelf, spilling out salves and flasks of disinfecting potion. I dabbed the wound, ignoring the sting of burning herbs and the slick heat of blood mixing with potion. I whispered minor binding charms over torn flesh, each subtle flick of the wand drawing threads of magic through the tissue, slowing bleeding and stiffening damaged muscle just enough to prevent collapse. The Baron hovered at the edge of the room. Quiet now. Are you not feeling any pain? I do feel pain, I muttered, pressing a clean bandage over the deepest puncture. I have essence of mutlap, I said, pointing to a small bottle in the shelf. I poured the small vial of dark liquid into a glass, swirling it slowly. Potion for pain. Bitter. I drank it, tasting iron and ash, and felt the burn slide down my throat. A dulling warmth spreading through my body. The Baron lingered for a moment longer, as if reluctant to leave. I moved to my bed, legs carefully arranged, wounds elevated slightly. The room was silent except for my shallow breaths and the faint hum of magic still lingering from the bandages. The potion took hold quickly, numbing the ache, easing the fire in my thigh. Chapter 5. The Jinxed Broomstick. I flicked my wand at my teaching robes. The heavy black fabric rose and settled around my shoulders, each fold falling into place. The silver clasp snapped shut against my throat. The gash in my leg throbbed, an irritating distraction that pulled my attention from more pressing matters. Time for professional assistance. I raised my wand. My Patronus erupted in silver radiance, a doe casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. Where are you? I asked. She bounded through the dungeon walls. Within moments, another silver form materialized, a skeletal cat. Staff room. sorting through confiscated contraband. Flitwick's voice echoed through the cat. The cat dissolved into wisps of light. My usual stride required modification. Each step had to be calculated. Weight shifted to accommodate the persistent ache. The wound pulled against my bandages. Then I spotted Harry, Weasley boy, and the brown-haired girl near the fountain. Potter's unruly black hair caught the sunlight. Weasley's flame-red head bent close to Granger's bushy brown curls. Their shoulders hunched around, trying to hide something. "What's that you've got there, Potter?" The boy jumped. His precious cargo slipped in nerveless fingers. "Quidditch through the ages, golden letters worn smooth by countless hands. Library books are not to be taken outside the school." I extended my hand. "Give it to me." 5 points from Gryffindor. The book's weight was satisfying in my palm. I tucked the volume under my arm and continued toward the castle doors. The staff room's warmth struck me after the courtyard's Arctic assault. Heat seeped through my robes, bringing relief to joints stiffened by cold. I pushed through the door and sealed it behind me. The room bore decades of accumulated scent. Old parchment, spilled tea, lingering traces of countless staff meetings. Portraits of former headmasters dozed in their frames. Flitwick hunched over the central oak table. His collection of confiscated pranks spread across the scarred wood. Dung bombs arranged by potency. Trick wands sorted by manufacturer. Suspicious sweets that glowed unnatural colors. His gnarled fingers moved as he catalogued each item in his leather-bound ledger. "Pa, you're favoring that leg," he observed without lifting his head. Astute as always. I settled into my preferred chair. The leather cushions molded to my form. Someone has meddled with the locks, trying to force them. I got this wound. When I went closer to examine the damage, our three-headed guardian doesn't take kindly to visitors. Cerberus, blimey, you tangled with Fluffy. How'd you manage that without losing the leg? Twick cackled and produced his wand. Hold still, then. Can't have the potions master hobbling about like some decrepit invalid. He raised the wand, Vulnera and Anta. The spell flowed over my wound like cool water. White radiance penetrated damaged tissue. I felt torn muscle fibers knitting back together, blood vessels sealing their ruptures. Again, I instructed. Vulnera, Sanan. Flitwick produced fresh bandages and wrapped them round my calf in neat spirals. "Blasted thing," I said. "How are you supposed to keep your eyes on all three heads at once?" The door creaked. Black hair, green eyes. Potter stood frozen in the doorway. "Potter," I roared, dropping my robes over the bandaged leg. He remained frozen, mouth working soundlessly. I just wondered if I could have my book back. The audacity was breathtaking. "Get out, out." The door slammed shut. The first Quidditch match of the season dawned cold and silver gray. The kind of sky that promised either a downpour or a miracle. I took my place in the stands, high above the pitch, robes drawn tight against the wind. I do not enjoy Quidditch. I never have. But I watched not the quaffle, not the score. Potter. He looked ridiculous, perched on that broom. Narrow-shouldered and pale against the sky. But he flew well, too well. The kind of balance that cannot be taught. As the game progressed, I felt it before I saw it. A shift, an unnatural twitch in the air, like a static charge in a sealed room. Then his broom jerked. It was subtle at first, small lurches like a nervous horse. But then it began to buck, sharp, violent. Potter clung to the handle, trying to stay upright. Someone is cursing his broom. I have counter-cursed. I can't break eye contact. I began to mutter under my breath. Counter-curses, stabilization charms, anything I could think of. Finite incantatum. Protego, ra, finite incantate. My eyes never left the boy. Stay on, I murmured. Stay on, you foolish child. Then a sudden tug. The back hem of my cloak pulled sharply, then dropped. I stiffened. I turned swiftly. Smoke. The edge of my robes had caught fire. My wand was out before I breathed. A sharp flick, a whispered charm. Extinguo. The flame died with a hiss. I glanced around, but the stands behind me had already descended, been to chaos. Students shouting, craning to see Potter's struggle. No one looked guilty. No one nearby seemed even aware of what had happened. I returned my gaze to the pitch. Potter's broom looked steady now. Potter dipped low, then dived, and when he rose again, he held the snitch. The crowd roared. The match was over. Quidditch a child's diversion, yet the fate of the house cup hangs upon it as though it were of the utmost consequence. 170 points to Gryffindor, a paltry 62 Slytherin. Preposterous. True merit lies not in flailing upon Broomstick, but in the mastery of spells, the precision of potion-making, and the application of intellect. Still, the scoreboard cannot be ignored. I must devise a strategy, subtle and exacting, to narrow the gulf between the totals. Slytherin's honor will not be so carelessly squandered by the folly of a game. By mid-afternoon, the entire school had invented half a dozen versions of the morning's events. According to the Hufflepuffs, I had hexed the broom out of spite. The Ravenclaws said I'd tried to teach Potter a lesson. A pair of third-year Gryffindors swore they'd seen flames burst from my wand. I ignored it all. Gossip didn't concern me, except when it reached the ears of those who mattered. Outside the greenhouses, I crossed paths with Hagrid. He was lugging a crate that smelled like dragon dung, and had just dropped it with a grunt when he turned and saw me. "They're saying you were jinxing the broom," he muttered. I gave him a slow, deliberate look. "Of course they are." He shifted his weight, uneasy. "You were muttering something. Looked suspicious." I was counter-cursing. I said coldly, "Not that I expect you to know the difference." He blinked, beard bristling slightly. "Didn't mean nothing by it. Just people notice things." Dumbledore, I stepped past him, and his muttering faded behind me. The staff room was warm with firelight, but it felt colder than the November wind outside. I had scarcely stepped inside before I felt it. The hush, the pause in conversation, the sideways glances that slid across me like blades. Whispers died, by on lips, but the silence spoke loudly enough. Sprout was perched on the edge of a chair, her muddy boots drying by the hearth. She busied herself with her gloves as though they were the most fascinating things she had ever owned. Flit's mustache twitched in a way that might have been nervousness or amusement or both. Even Sinistra, who usually had little to say to anyone, seemed to have discovered the pattern in the carpet and Minerva. Her eyes followed me the way a hawk fixes on a mouse. Not a word, but a question in the air between us. What were you doing at the match? I lowered myself into a chair, arranging my robes carefully over my injured leg. Do excuse me, I said into the silence. I had not realized this was the hour set aside for gossip. Flitwick squeaked something about parchment and scuttled bow from the room. Sprout's cheeks colored. She found sudden business with her gloves. Still, the air pressed close with suspicion. I could almost hear their thoughts rattling in the rafters. I did not know he would stoop so low to win a match. Really, I murmured, drawing a quill from my sleeve and setting parchment before me. If I had wanted Potter's head, I would hardly have chosen to do it in full view of the entire school. One would think I had more subtlety than that. No one answered. The fire cracked. The stairs lingered. Minerva broke the silence at last. Severus, there are whispers. Some say you were interfering with Potter's broom. Tell me it isn't true. I set down my quill and looked at her over the parchment. Of course, Minerva. I devote my weekends to murdering Gryffindors in plain sight, in front of hundreds of witnesses. It relieves the tedium of marking. Her mouth tightened. This is serious. On that we agree, I said, while you and the rest of the stands were gawping at the sky. Someone cursed Potter's broom. I was countering it. Perhaps, instead, speculating about my hobbies. We should focus on the person in the shadows who thought a boy's death. The words hung in the room like smoke. Flitwick shifted in his chair, his bright eyes flicking nervously from me to Minerva. Sprout looked down at her muddy gloves, her face troubled. I tapped the quill against the parchment, deliberately slow. You may remain here and whisper, or you may walk with me to the Headmaster. Flitwick, Sprout, you too, Minerva. This matter is larger than house squabbles. Someone inside this castle is meddling in things best left alone. And unless you wish to see another broom plunge from the sky, I suggest we speak with Dumbledore. Sprout swallowed hard, nodded once. Flitwick gathered his robes. Minerva hesitated a heartbeat longer than Rose. Her expression set. The scrape of their chairs across the flagstones was the only answer I needed. Maybe I should come too. Professor Quirrell rose to his feet. I turned on him. Splendid idea. Nothing steadies a crisis like an account delivered one consonant at a time. Do try to finish before dawn, Quirrell. Sprout drew closer, lowering her voice. I saw Albus on the way to here. He is going to the 3rd floor. The corridor lay silent, the sort of deep, pressing stillness that pressed against the bones like cold stones. I led Sprout, Flitwick, and Minerva cautiously along it. Their robes whispered over the flagstones, each step tentative, as though the castle itself held its breath. Sprout muttered under her breath, I still don't like this. The place gives me the creeps. Perfectly reasonable, I said. It is not meant for comfort. It is meant for secrets. Minerva's gaze was fixed ahead, unyielding. Focus, all of you. Let's find Dumbledore. We turned a corner, and there he was, Albus, standing in what had once been a classroom. Dusty desks were stacked along the walls, draped in moth-eaten sheets. At the far end, a plain glass panel stood, framed by dust-darkened wood. Its surface was flawless, unnaturally still, almost impatient in its simplicity. The mirror of Erised. Severus, he said, without looking up from the mirror. I have been led to believe that today's Quidditch match was not entirely without incident. I bowed my head slightly. Potter's broom was cursed. I countered it. There was a jinx in play during the match. Do you suspect anyone? I could not check who. I had to maintain eye contact to countercurse, I said. Are you sure it is not you? Asked Minerva for the last times. I don't need to jinx a first year to death for a few house points. Minerva, I have every confidence in Severus. What matters now is discovering who has done this, and for what purpose. Sprout drew her shawl tighter around her shoulders. I don't understand. Who would curse a student's broom? I let my gaze sweep the room, eyes settling on the mirror. Someone who has a deep hatred with the boy. Then we ensure it does not happen again. I will see to the prefects, the teachers, and the wards, Minerva said, turning to leave. Flitwick and Sprout followed. You stay, Severus, Dumbledore said. You strengthened the wards. Yes, and found traces, burned fabric, a charm trail, small feet. He nodded once. Slowly, I stepped further in. If children are beginning to test the perimeter, then they are curious, he said gently, which is only natural. They're vulnerable, I snapped. And whatever's behind that door is not. This was reckless, Albus. Bringing the stone here. Bringing him here. You've put temptation within arm's reach and surrounded it with children. His eyes met mine, calm as still water. And yet it is here, because nowhere else would have held against what seeks it. You could have left it in Gringotts until Gringotts fell, as you well know. I paced a step, jaw tight. There are other vaults. There are other means. There are, he agreed mildly, but not ones I trust. Then you've gambled the life of a child, I said. He is not just a child, Dumbledore said. He's 11, I snapped, and the mark on his forehead is not a shield. He thinks I'm the enemy, you know. Dumbledore's gaze didn't waver. And what do you think of that? I think it's safer, I said, voice low. So long as he sees me that way. If Dark Lord returns, I can protect him in the shadows. That's a lonely post to stand in, Dumbledore said. Just be sure you don't lose sight of him entirely, Severus. Even shadows cast warmth when the fire is near enough. I'm not here to warm him, I said. No, he murmured. But perhaps one day you may find you already have. I turned to the mirror. There were two of us. The man I saw in the mirror stood straighter. His robes were finely cut, untouched by ash or toil. He looked younger, but not by much. Less lined, more certain. And beside him, Sheet lily, her expression was soft without accusation. No anger, no sorrow. Her hand rested on my arm, as though she had always belonged there. She leaned in and said something soundless. I could not breathe. The scent of green grass, summer wind, and honeysuckle ghosted through the air. My hand had lifted, without permission, without thought, almost to the glass. I stopped myself. No, it was nothing but a cruel trick. A lure. The kind of enchantment designed not to trap bodies, but to unravel the soul. I turned from it. I would not look again. You are still planning to use this cursed thing as your final test? I asked. Yes, said Dumbledore. Chapter 6. The Barons passed. In my quarters that night, I lit a single lamp and surrendered the rest to shadow. Stone walls exhaled their perpetual dampness. But tonight, air pressed closer, thick with unspoken portents. Silence settled like sediment in deep water. I unrolled a scroll of warding theory, not from necessity, but for ritual's comfort. Ancient parchment whispered beneath my fingers as I traced familiar script. Each character worn smooth by centuries of scholarly devotion. Knowledge as balm for a restless mind. The boy's broom haunted my thoughts. I had glimpsed something during the morning match. Corruption threading through wood and bristle, gossamer thin, but malevolent. Magic twisted into shapes it was never meant to hold. When the spell finally snapped, it hadn't recoiled like broken elastic. It had simply ceased, dissolved into nothing. I retrieved a vial from the drawer beside my desk, fingers closing around obsidian glass clouded with age. 10 years it had waited, gathering dust like forgotten grief. I held it to lamplight and watched silvery threads writhe within. Quicksilver serpents trapped in crystal dot, mind-binding counteragent, effective only in early stages, before the victim's will had been shattered. After that point, little more than expensive disappointment. I returned the vial to its resting place among other relics. Not Lily's boy. Whatever comes for him will find me in the way. The dungeons grew colder as midnight approached. I remained in my armchair beside the hearth, firelight muted to amber suggestion, and examined the silver chronometer resting in my palm. Dumbledore had pressed it into my hands the night he'd charged me with shadow patrols. His words had been uncharacteristically direct that evening. Stripped of ornamental wisdom, the stone must be protected, Severus, not only from those who actively seek it, but from those who might be made instruments of that seeking. He hadn't needed to specify the target. We both knew which student burned brightest in certain malevolent attentions. And Potter, I had asked, though the answer was already forming between us. Dumbledore had studied me with those penetrating blue eyes, and for once I had seen genuine concern leading through his careful composure. Guard him in whatever manner your conscience dictates, however you can manage it. So I had, each night since I had walked the castles at night. Not for me the broad sweeps of filches, patrol routes, or predictable circuits favored by prefects. Painted forgotten stairs that connected tower to dungeon without appearing on any architectural plan. I lingered in blind corners, where conversations echoed strangely, where whispers carried further than they should. I memorized corridors where old ghosts gathered to share accumulated sorrows. The castle held its secrets close, but I had learned to read subtle signs, how shadows fell differently when dark magic had recently passed, how stones seemed to contract when touched by malicious intent. Hogwarts was more than architecture. It was a living entity with moods and memories, and it had grown restless of late. I rose and donned my heaviest cloak. The corridors would be bitter tonight, and I suspected my vigil would prove longer than usual. The vial of counter-agent found its way into my pocket, the old habit asserting itself despite rational protest. I stepped into darkness and began my rounds, senses alert to nuances others would miss. I pulled my cloak closer and dissolved into shadow, just another guardian spirit in a castle full of watching ghosts. I'd found 3 Slytherin, experimenting with candle-based hexes, a second-year Hufflepuff crying behind the suit of Godric's armor, and once, just once, a half-visible shimmer slipping down the west stairwell where no one should have been. Next, day-dawn mist clung to greenhouse glass like fever breath, each droplet catching weak light and throwing it back in silver fragments. Ivy strangled the outer walls, weeping condensation in dark stains across weathered stone. I pulled my cloak against the morning chill, boots silent on dew-slicked flagstones. Herbology had never been more than utilitarian knowledge. Which plants heal, which poison, which preserve. But necessity had made me intimate with Sprout's domain. The potion simmering in my office demanded that pale fungus emerging only in these precious moments before sunrise, when frost-kissed soil and shadows held dominion. The bloody Baron materialized beside me without sound, his form translucent in grey light. Centuries of death had not dulled the aristocratic line of his jaw, or the weight of authority in his bearing. Those silver chains now bound him to these grounds. Early morning constitutional, his voice carried the hollow quality of wind through empty chambers. Necessity, I replied. The ghost cap will not wait for convenience. He drifted alongside me, the temperamental fungus. I remember when Sprout first cultivated it, 1973, was it? Took her 3 years to convince it to grow in British soil. I glanced at him. The Baron's memory stretched back through decades of Hogwarts history, an archive of forgotten details and buried secrets. You were watching. I watch everything, Severus. It passes the time. He laughed. Though I confess, your midnight brewing sessions provide more entertainment than most. That explosion last Tuesday was particularly spectacular. The wolfsbane required precise timing. Heat crept up my neck despite cold air. A moment's delay and the entire batch would have been ruined. No criticism intended. He raised a translucent hand. I admire dedication, even when it rattles portraits 3 floors above. Greenhouse 4 loomed ahead, glass panels fogged with condensation. The enchanted lock clicked open from within, Sprout's morning ritual beginning on schedule. She emerged, already dirt-streaked and purposeful. Dragonhide gloves dark with moisture. Severus, no surprise in her voice. She'd likely sensed our approach through whatever connection she shared with her plants. Come for God's sake. I nodded. If your cultivation beds still support it, beds 4 and 5 both. She gestured toward the greenhouse interior. Mind the mandrake seedlings. They've been fractious since the lunar cycle turned. The Baron followed us inside, his form growing more solid in the humid atmosphere. Be strange how certain environments affected ghosts differently. Perhaps it was the concentration of life force, still haunting Professor Snape's shadow. Sprout asked the Baron as she led us deeper into the maze of growing tables. Haunting implies unwelcome presence, Baron said. I prefer to think of myself as companionship for the friendless. Friendless, I repeated. Sprout knelt beside a moss-covered bed, weathered hands gentle as she parted the green carpet. Beneath, ghost-cap mushrooms curled like miniature spirits, gray-veined caps catching what little light penetrated the canopy above. Dozen enough? She asked, offering me her harvesting blade. Sufficient. I accepted the tool, noting how the silver metal seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. Ghost cap required specific handling, silver blades, runestone pouches, absolute silence during cutting. Muffliato, I muttered, rassing my wand. So Ghost Cap won't hear our conversation. As I knelt to work, the Baron drifted. This place holds memories, he said quietly. I made the first careful cut. Most places do, yes, but these are particular. He paused, studying the ghost cap with hollow eyes. Do you know how I died, Severus? My hand stilled. We'd never discussed his death directly, though rumors circulated through the castle. Albania, pursuing Helena Ravenclaw. Pursuing, he said. Such a gentle euphemism for obsession. I loved her, the Baron continued, or believed I did. Perhaps there's no difference when you're young and desperate and convinced the world owes you what you desire. I severed another ghost cap stem, placing it carefully in the runestone pouch. Love and possession are often confused. She refused me, the Baron said. She said she would never return with me. I couldn't accept it. His voice grew thinner. I followed her to Albania, convinced I could change her mind, convinced I could make her see that I was what she needed. My blade paused above the 8th ghost cap, and when persuasion failed, I killed her. Simple words, devastating in their starkness. I destroyed the very thing I claimed to cherish. Then you were executed, I said, by her mother's command. She was swift. He laughed bitterly. Though death proved no escape, my punishment was to remain here, to watch generations of students learn and love and live while I existed. Sprout rose from her work, soil dark under her fingernails. Penance has its own mercy, Baron. You've protected countless students over the centuries. Have I, or have I simply persisted? He turned to me, eyes holding centuries of accumulated sorrow. You understand, though, the weight of choices that cannot be undone. We all carry regrets. Do we? He tilted his head. Most people carry regrets. You and I, we've made regret into an art form. Cultivated it, like Sprout cultivates her plants. Fed it, tended it, let it grow until it became more familiar than happiness. Sprout cleared her throat gently. Perhaps some regrets serve purposes, keep us from repeating old mistakes, or trap us in cycles of self-inflicted punishment. The Baron countered. Tell me, Severus, when did you last make a choice based on hope rather than guilt? The question struck deeper than I'd expected. I turned toward the greenhouse exit, suddenly eager for cold morning air. Hope is a luxury I can't afford. Can't, or won't. The Baron followed. There's a difference. Outside, mist still clung to the castle grounds, but the eastern sky was beginning to pale. Soon the sun would rise, students would wake, and the day's demands would claim my attention. But in this suspended moment, walking through grey dawn with a ghost for companion, uncomfortable truths felt easier to acknowledge. You want me to say, I've chosen guilt over hope, I said, that I've made martyrdom into identity. I want you to recognize what I've learned in 7 centuries of haunting these halls. His voice was gentle now, almost paternal. Punishment without possibility of redemption becomes just another form of pride. We tell ourselves we're too wicked to deserve forgiveness, but really we're just too frightened to risk it. And what would you have me risk? Exactly. Connection, trust, the possibility that you might be more than the sum of your worst moments. We walked in silence toward the castle, our footsteps and his chains the only sounds in the morning quiet. At the dungeon entrance, I paused. Why tell me this? I asked. Your story. The Baron smiled, an expression that transformed his austere features entirely. Because in 700 years of wandering these corridors, you're the first person who's never flinched from my presence, never crossed yourself or muttered protective charms. You treat me like a person. You are a person. Death doesn't change that, doesn't it? His eyes searched mine. Most days I feel more like an echo, a shadow cast by someone who once existed. But when we talk like this, he paused. I remember what it felt like to be real. The weight of his words settled between us. I understood, perhaps too well, the hunger for authentic connection, the exhaustion of maintaining masks, of keeping everyone at precisely the distance where they couldn't see your vulnerabilities or your desperate need for understanding. The students fear you, he continued. The other teachers keep you at arm's length. Even Dumbledore treats you like a useful tool rather than a trusted colleague. But you don't have to accept that isolation forever. Some wounds run too deep for healing, do they? Or do we just stop believing they can heal? He studied my face in the grey light. I killed the woman I loved and spent 7 centuries learning to live with that choice. If I can find moments of peace, perhaps you can find moments of hope. Hope, I repeated the word like a foreign concept. In what? In possibility. Pick in the chance that tomorrow might offer something other than repetition of today's pain. His form was already beginning to fade as true dawn approached. in the idea that Professor Snape might someday matter as much as the crimes of Severus the Death Eater. He moved directly in front of me then, his translucent form blocking my path to the dungeon entrance. When our eyes met, I saw centuries of accumulated understanding in his hollow gaze. "As did I," he said quietly. "And yet we both roam these corridors night after night, unseen companions in silence. No kin, no confidant, no one to remember us kindly. I didn't kill the woman I love," I said, "but I knew I was the reason for her death." "No," the Baron whispered, his voice carrying the weight of absolute certainty, "but you lost her all the same. And like me, you built your life around what remained." I turned from him abruptly, my steps harder against the flagstones, but his voice followed, thinner now, but unrelenting as morning mist. "Loneliness is a curse few can see, but it leaves marks deeper than any blade." I didn't respond. I couldn't. The truth of it sat like a stone in my throat, too large to swallow, too heavy to speak around. After a long moment, he vanished entirely, leaving me alone with the morning mist and the weight of ghost cap in my pocket. I stood there longer than necessary, watching the sky lighten and feeling something shift in my chest. Not hope exactly. I wasn't ready for anything so dramatic, but perhaps possibility. The faintest suggestion that the Baron might not be entirely wrong. I walked into the dungeon depths, the ghost cap secure in my pocket, and something dangerously like hope stirring in my chest. The emerald flames cast dancing shadows across stone walls, the Slytherin common room as I entered. Slytherin students' faces, illuminated by green light. "Silence," I commanded, though the room had fallen into expectant hush. Younger years pressed closer, while seventh years lounged with practiced nonchalance, their attention equally focused. I allowed my gaze to settle on each face. Yesterday's performance was disgraceful. 6 years of Slytherin dominance, and we are reduced to spectators watching a first-year Gryffindor prance about on a broomstick like some circus performer. Draco shifted in his leather armchair, pale features twisted with indignation. Professor Potter didn't even catch the snitch properly. He nearly swallowed it. Any decent seeker would have. Any decent seeker, I interrupted, would not have allowed themselves to be outmaneuvered by a child who had never flown before September. Pansy Parkinson's sharp voice pierced the tension. "It's not fair, though, is it? McGonagall breaking the rules, putting a first year on the team. They're protecting their precious Potter. Typical Gryffindor favoritism," muttered Blaise Zabini from his position by the window. "Golden boy can do no wrong. Famous Potter. Theodore, not added with venom. Thinks he's special just because he survived. Probably doesn't even remember it." I watched their resentment build, each voice adding to the chorus of bitterness. "Your observations," I said, "are strategically worthless. Potter's celebrity status is nauseating. His undeserved acclaim, his effortless popularity, his presumptuous confidence, all reek of the same arrogance I knew in his father." Draco's eyes lit up. "You knew Potter's father, Professor, James Potter was a strutting peacock who believed the world existed for his amusement. The apple has not fallen far from the tree. The lie came easily, easier than acknowledging the complex truth beneath. But dwelling on past grievances, I continue, will not restore our points. What matters now is ensuring such humiliation never occurs again. I began pacing. You will comport yourselves with dignity befitting Slytherin House. You will not provide ammunition for our enemies through careless behavior. Points lost through stupidity are points gifted to Gryffindor. My eyes found each of them, and I will not tolerate such generosity. We are Slytherin, I continued, addressing the room. We do not whine. We do not make excuses. We adapt. We overcome. We endure. Potter's moment in the sun will pass. What remains will be what it has always been. Talent and the will to achieve greatness. But before you are dismissed, I said, let me be clear about our path forward. I turned from the fireplace to face them. You will earn points. Every question in every class answered correctly. Every assignment completed to perfection. Every opportunity to demonstrate Slytherin superiority, seized without hesitation. My voice dropped to its most dangerous whisper. I expect academic excellence from each of you. Draco straightened in his chair. Of course, Professor, we won't let you down. Good. Because let me be crystal clear. Any student who loses points through carelessness, rule-breaking, or sheer stupidity will find themselves in detention with me until the Easter holiday. And I assure you, scrubbing cauldrons with your bare hands while I recite your failures is far less pleasant than you might imagine. A collective shudder ran through the younger students. Even Draco looked slightly pale. You are dismissed, I said finally. Remember what I have told you. Earn points. Avoid losing them. The common room emptied, leaving me alone with the serpentine shadows and the bitter taste of defeat that I would not soon forget. Chapter 7. A measured dose of suspicion. Afternoon light cut through the dungeon windows, throwing weird shadows across the stone floor. I finished corking the last neutralizing draft, the silence thick after another day of student disasters. Professor, I knew that voice before I turned around. Careful, respectful, smart kid. Not, I said. What is it? Theodore stepped inside, moving like he was walking through a minefield. At least he'd thought before speaking more than most managed. I saw something last night. Now he had my attention. Where? Third floor corridor. I was coming back from astronomy. Took the long way to avoid Filch. He paused. I heard footsteps. Thought it might be a ghost. But then I saw Professor Quirrell, and he looked sick, leaning against the wall, talking to himself. Or not frowned. Maybe not to himself. It sounded like he was pleading with someone. What else? He went still, like something had just settled into place. Then he walked away like nothing happened. I studied the boy's face. No lies there. Just fear trying to hide behind Slytherin composure. You won't mention this to anyone, I said. Of course not. Professor Good, Now I need a list of students staying for Christmas holidays. Can you handle that? Yes, sir. After he left, I found myself walking toward the staff room, pieces clicking together in ways I didn't like. Quirrell sat alone, staring at the same page of magical theory quarterly he'd been on when I'd passed 20 minutes ago. The smell hit me before I was halfway across the room, something wrong underneath his usual nervous sweat. Evening, Quirrell, I said, closing the door. He jumped like I'd hexed him. Oh, Professor Snape. Good evening. You've been taking a lot of night walks lately. His hands shook as he set down the magazine. The stars help me think, do they? I moved closer. That's a new turban. His hand flew to his head like I'd threatened to pull it off. A gift from a grateful student. Must have been very grateful. The silence stretched between us. He wasn't meeting my eyes anymore. Quirrell, I said quietly, if you're in over your head with something, now would be the time to speak up. For just a second, something flickered across his face. Fear, maybe, or relief. Then it was gone. I don't know what you mean. I stared at him for another long moment, then turned to leave. Careful with those midnight strolls, I said without looking back. The castle can be dangerous after dark. The door closed behind me with a soft click that sounded way too much like a coffin lid. The parchment crackled between my fingers like dying autumn leaves. Its official seal long since broken and discarded into the wastepaper basket with appropriate contempt. Blood replenishing potion, calming draught, and 5 files of The ministry's incompetence had reached such heights that they now required a mere schoolmaster to compensate for their lack of preparation. I surveyed the bottles arranged on my laboratory bench. The blood-replenishing potions gleamed like liquid rubies in crystal phials, catching torchlight that flickered across the dungeon walls. 3 bottles, each requiring 7 hours of meticulous brewing. The calming draught sat in modest containment, pale lavender liquid shimmering with ethereal tranquility, a quality I sorely lacked after dealing with ministry correspondence. The Veritaserum commanded attention. 5 files of the most potent truth serum known to wizardkind, each drop worth more than most earned monthly. Colorless, deceptively simple, yet within each bottle lay power to unravel carefully constructed lies. Restricted use, aura, office only. Professor Draco's voice drifted from the doorway, tentative, yet tinged with familiar Malfoy drawl. Pale features illuminated by greenish dungeon light cast sharp shadows beneath aristocratic cheekbones. "What is it, Mr. Malfoy?" By replied without turning, securing the final Veritaserum cork with preservation charm. He stepped closer, footsteps echoing against stone. "May I assist you, Professor?" I nodded. I retrieved protective cases from beneath the workbench, cheech-lined with dragon-hide padding, enchanted against temperature fluctuations and impact. One cannot toss priceless potions into satchels hoping for the best. The Veritaserum required special handling, each field wrapped individually in charmed silk, before placement in temperature-controlled compartments. Draco watched with genuine interest rather than the glazed expression. accompanying his classmates' observations. I said, holding up one phial so light caught its crystalline clarity, represents brewing's pinnacle. 3 lunar cycles for proper potency. Ingredients gathered at precise astronomical moments. Techniques challenging even accomplished masters. Yet the ministry treats it like common cold remedy. Will they use it properly? Draco asked, accepting the sealed case. They should be. I sealed the final case with magical locks and physical clasps. Fortunately, that becomes their problem once these leave my laboratory. After packing and sending the order to the ministry, I went to see the headmaster. The fire in Dumbledore's office was burning low, casting long shadows over the cluttered shelves and glittering instruments. The air carried the familiar scent of polished wood parchment and a faint trace of lemon drops. I stood stiffly, arms folded, in front of his desk. He didn't to watch him, yes. I turned sharply. No, Albus. I watch him. I'm the one tracing his footsteps. I'm the one intercepting him in corridors at midnight. Don't pretend you're the one with your wand drawn. There was silence. Then, I trust you to do what must be done, Severus. And you have never disappointed me. I looked at the flames. You're playing a long game, I muttered. But games end. And when they do, someone loses. Dumbledore didn't respond. I'll continue my watch, I said. But if that man crosses one more line, I won't ask for your opinion again. He nodded once. I wouldn't expect you to. The dungeon smelled of damp stone and hellebore. I watched students bent over their cauldrons, most of them ruining what should have been a simple antidote. I had noticed Draco Malfoy lingering, slower than usual. His hands were restless, tugging at his sleeves, adjusting the fastenings of his robes. By again and again. I watched from the side of the room. Your measurements were off, I said at last, gesturing to the lumpy boil cure potion still congealing in his cauldron. Draco flushed and looked down. It won't happen again. His voice was brittle. There was something else in it. Not fear, not shame, ... I stepped closer. Has your father written? He hesitated, a heartbeat too long. Then, not recently, a lie. Lucius Malfoy never missed a chance to dictate his son's education by proxy. He expects top marks in every subject, Draco added, more to himself than to me. Says I should be leading the year. And there it was. The boy was not afraid of failure. He was afraid of disappointing a man who measured worth by reputation and control. I had seen it before, too many times. A pale echo of a powerful name, straining to fill robes stitched from another man's ambition. I said nothing. There was nothing useful in sympathy, and nothing safe in pity. Instead, I lifted my wand and vanished the potion from his cauldron with a flick. Pay attention. His eyes flicked up, and for a moment, he looked very much like Lucius. Then he lowered them again, and said only, "Yes, sir." Longbottom's hands shook as he measured dragon claw powder. The boy was going to melt his cauldron again. Granger's potion was already the right color. while Potter's had turned an alarming purple. "Time," I said. "Clean your stations." Students scrambled to pack their things. I waited, then dismissed them. A massive fir tree blocked the corridor outside. Hagrid's boots stuck out from underneath. "What your family's used to," Malfoy was saying. Weasley's face went red. He lunged at Malfoy, grabbing his robes. "Weasley!" I shouted. Ron froze. Hagrid's head appeared from behind the tree. Pine needles stuck in his beard. "He was provoked, Professor Snape," Hagrid said. "Malfoy insulted his family. Fighting breaks school rules," I said. 5 points from Gryffindor Weasley." Malfoy brushed off his robes. He pushed past with Crabbe and Goyle, stepping on fallen needles. The castle reverberated with insufferable cheerfulness that set my teeth on edge. Holly and mistletoe draped every surface, their verdant leaves conjuring memories I had spent years burying. The great hall reeked of cinnamon and cloves. The house elves had outdone themselves with decorations so garish they made even Dumbledore's flamboyant sensibilities appear restrained. Most students had fled home for the holidays, blessing the corridors with silence. No long-bottom disasters, no Weasley explosions, no incessant prattling about Quidditch or adolescent gossip. Peace. At last, Harry remained. Naturally, he roamed the halls with the youngest Weasley and that insufferable Retold Granger, their voices echoing through the stone passages like fingernails against slate. Even during my supposed respite, I could not escape that unruly black hair so achingly reminiscent of his father's dot at the Christmas feast. I observed him among the sparse gathering of students, and something contracted sharply in my chest. Those threadbare robes, those brilliant green eyes that once had looked upon me with warmth, not wariness and contempt. But this was not her. This was James Potter's spawn. His father's arrogance barely restrained beneath a mask of boyish uncertainty. Dumbledore's gaze found mine across the hall, that maddening twinkle betraying his awareness of my thoughts. A notion pressed suddenly to the forefront of my mind. If someone was indeed searching for the stone, they would begin with Nicholas Flamel. I caught sight of Filch lurking near the entrance, his hunched frame and perpetually sour expression mirroring my own mood. Rising from my seat, I made my way toward him. "Filch," I said, lowering my voice so no student could overhear. The caretaker turned to me, eyes gleaming with his usual malicious anticipation. "I have a task for you," I continued. "Keep watch over the restricted section of the library. If you see anyone, and I mean anyone, wandering there after hours, you are to report directly to me." Filch's lips curved into something that might, with generosity, be called a smile. "Of course, Professor Snape." I withdrew early to the dungeons, where frigid stone reflected the ice in my veins. Here Christmas could not penetrate. Here I could pretend it was merely another day in an endless succession. Another year of my atonement. Yet even in the sanctuary of my chambers, the weight of my vow pressed down like a gravestone. The boy must be shielded, must endure, must grow formidable enough for the trials ahead. He would never comprehend the sacrifice. His hatred of me would only deepen, and those emerald eyes would torment me through every Christmas that remained. Later, I prowled the darkened corridors on my nightly patrol, my footsteps echoing softly against stone floors. The castle held its familiar nighttime stillness, broken only by the occasional creak of settling beams or the faint whistle of wind through ancient mortar. My path had led me toward the upper floors when Filch's unmistakable voice reached my ears. "You asked me to come directly to you, Professor. If anyone was wandering about at night, and somebody's been in the restricted section," he wheezed. Predictable. Another student convinced of their cleverness, prowling the halls under cover of darkness. The restricted section, no less. Curiosity outpacing sense. The restricted section. My voice cut through the shadows like a blade. "Well, they cannot be far. We'll catch them." A breath quick, sharp brushed the silence. I spun toward the sound. Nothing. Not Peeves. Not Filch. I narrowed my eyes. There, a shimmer. The faintest distortion near the far wall, like heat wavering above stone. I stilled, watching the cloak, the way it bent light, the subtle drag in the air as it shifted. A signature etched into memory, James Potter's favored prank tool. How many times had I chased that cursed shimmer across the astronomy tower? How many times had I endured hexes from nowhere, my cauldron erupting as he laughed beneath its folds? And now it drifted before me again, only this time his sun was beneath it. I did not call out. I let him slip away, turning sharply on my heel. I made for the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was seated by the hearth as though waiting. Firelight danced in his half-moon spectacles, obscuring his expression. "You gave it to him," I said. He did not flinch. "Yes, you gave him that cloak. James Potter's invisibility cloak. He needed it to do what? Sneak about after hours. Spy. Chase the stone." Dumbledore sipped his tea, infuriatingly calm. "To protect himself, you've armed a child with one of the most powerful tools in this castle. And now he wanders invisible while something hunts what you hide. He is drawn to it, Severus. The stone, the mirror, all of it. It is in his blood. It was in his father's blood to gamble lives for the thrill of it. You mistake recklessness for bravery, and you mistake bitterness for caution," Dumbledore said softly. My hands clenched at my sides. "He thinks I am the enemy, yes, and you allow it, because it keeps him guarded, because it keeps you where you are needed most." I turned toward the door. "Will you keep watching him?" Dumbledore asked. "I always do," I murmured. Then, after a pause, "I want to referee the Gryffindor Quidditch matches. I need more control. I have to ensure nothing happens to the boy like the last match." "Could not agree more," Dumbledore said, his eyes glinting. Chapter 8. A Drink with Lucius. The sharp tapping against my window cut through the fog of uneasy sleep like a blade through silk. I cracked one eye. The dim morning light filtering through my dungeon chambers, revealing the unmistakable silhouette of a magnificent eagle owl perched on my windowsill, its amber eyes fixed on me with aristocratic disdain. A look I recognized all too well. My fingers moved with practiced efficiency, untying the pristine parchment from the bird's leg. The creature barely acknowledged my touch before launching itself back into the grey Scottish morning. I unfolded the letter, noting the expensive parchment and the familiar, elegant script that had once passed me answers during our shared potions examinations. Severus, the Hogshead, 7 o'clock this evening. There are matters requiring discussion. LMNO pleasantries. No explanation. Typical Lucius, assuming the world would bend to his whims as it always had. I crumpled the parchment, watching it burst into green flames before the ashes even hit the floor. Some habits from our school days died hard. The day crawled past with its usual tedium of first-year incompetence and the insufferable Potter Boy's perpetual presence. By evening, I found myself walking the familiar path to Hogsmeade, my black cloak billowing behind me like the wings of some oversized bat, as I'd no doubt be compared to if any students saw me. The village lay shrouded in early autumn dusk, shop windows casting warm, golden rectangles across the cobblestones. I passed honeydukes, its sickliest sweet scent making my stomach turn. Then found myself slowing as I approached Zonko's joke shop. The garish storefront blazed with enchanted colors, displaying an array of dung bombs, hiccuping sweets, and other instruments of chaos that would inevitably find their way into my classroom, useless. I thought, my lip curling in disgust. Every last trinket designed to disrupt, to destroy the careful balance of learning. As if education weren't challenging enough without the abominations. My mind wandered, unbidden, to the Weasley twins and their infernal creativity with such devices. How many of my lessons had been interrupted by strategically placed dung bombs? How many cauldrons had exploded due to mysterious additions of frog-spawn soap? The shop stood as a monument to everything wrong with the current generation. Their complete disregard for order, for respect, for the serious business of magical education. I quickened my pace, eager to put the offensive establishment behind me. The Hogshead squatted at the far end of the village, like a diseased toad, its grimy windows barely allowing the flickering candlelight within to escape. The sign creaked ominously in the evening breeze, and I could smell the establishment's particular blend of stale butterbeer, unwashed bodies, and barely concealed desperation from 20 feet away. The door groaned as I pushed it open, and every head in the dimly lit pub turned toward me. Conversations died mid-sentence before resuming in hushed whispers. I recognized the usual collection of society's dregs, a witch whose face was so heavily veiled I couldn't determine if she was hiding scars or simply her identity. A wizard whose hands shook too violently to be anything but a curse victim, and several others whose very presence here suggested they had reasons to avoid more respectable establishments. In one corner, I caught sight of an unmistakable figure, Hagrid's massive frame hunched over a small table, engaged in what appeared to be a card game with a cloaked stranger. Even from across the room, I could see the flush of alcohol on his face, and the unsteady way he held his tankard. I made a mental note to investigate later, but for now, I had more pressing matters behind the bar. Aberforth Dumbledore looked up from the glass he was cleaning, or rather, moving the grime around with a rag that had seen better decades. His wild grey hair caught the candlelight, and his blue eyes, so unsettlingly like his brother's, fixed on me with unconcealed hostility. Snape. The name fell from his lips like something distasteful he was spitting out. Dumbledore. I matched his tone, noting how his knuckles whitened around the glass. The animosity between us was palpable, thick as the smoke that hung in the air. He knew what I was, what I had been, and unlike his brother, he felt no compunction to hide his disgust. "Fire whiskey," I said, placing 2 galleons on the scarred wooden bar. "Bile, not a glass." His weathered hands moved to comply, but I could feel his glare boring into the back of my head as I turned to survey the room. There, in the darkest corner beneath a particularly grimy window, sat a figure I would have recognized even in pitch darkness. Lucius Malfoy rose as I approached, and despite everything, despite the years, despite the choices we'd both made, I felt that familiar flutter of what superiority, envy. The man was immaculate as always, his platinum hair flowing like spun silver. His robes cut from fabric that probably cost more than most wizards earned in a year, even in this squalid establishment. He managed to look like visiting royalty slumming with the peasants. Severus, his voice was warm, genuinely pleased, and for a moment I was 17 again, basking in the approval of someone who actually seemed to value my company. "You look well, as do you." Before settling, I drew my wand and cast a series of silent cleaning charms. The grimy surface of the table gleamed suddenly under the flickering candlelight, and the chair's questionable stains vanished. I even managed to banish the worst of the accumulated dust from the immediate area around our table. Lucius watched this display with amusement. Still the perfectionist, I see, still possessed of basic hygiene standards. I corrected, finally sitting down. The furniture, now properly sanitized, felt marginally less offensive, though I question your choice of venue. A ghost of a smile played across his aristocratic features. "Privacy, my friend. Pre-salute privacy. Aberforth may be many things, but he's no gossip. The patrons here." He gestured elegantly toward the other occupants. "Well, they have their own reasons for discretion." I poured 2 generous measures of the fire whiskey, the amber liquid catching what little light filtered through the grime-covered windows. Lucius raised his glass in a mock toast. 2 old friendships. To surviving them, I countered. And we both drank. The alcohol burned a familiar path down my throat, and I felt some of the day's tension begin to ease. "You didn't summon me here for nostalgia, Lucius, didn't I?" He leaned back, studying me over the rim of his glass. "When did we become so formal, Severus? There was a time when you would have shared a drink with me without suspicion. There was a time when sharing a drink with you didn't carry the risk of association with questionable loyalties. His laugh was soft, genuinely amused. Ah, yes. Your newfound conscience. Tell me, how does it feel to stand on the side of righteousness? Does it keep you warm at night? I didn't rise to the bait. Instead, I poured myself another drink and waited. Lucius had always enjoyed his games, but he wouldn't have risked this meeting without purpose. Very well, he said, apparently recognizing that I wouldn't be drawn into old patterns so easily. I do have questions about Hogwarts, about my son. There it was. The real reason for this clandestine meeting. I should have expected it. Lucius Malfoy's world revolved around his family name and legacy. Of course, he would want intelligence about Draco's progress. Your son is adequate, I said carefully. He shows promise in certain areas. Certain areas. Lucius's eyebrows rose slightly. Come now, Severus. We both know you can be more specific than that. How is he adapting? Are the other students treating him with appropriate respect? Is he demonstrating the qualities befitting a man? I swirled the fire whiskey in my glass, choosing my words with care. The truth was that Draco was struggling more than his father would want to hear. The boy had arrived at Hogwarts with all the arrogance of his bloodline, but little of the natural talent to back it up. He was competent enough, but surrounded by students. Potter, Granger, even the Weasley boy, who outshone him through sheer ability rather than breeding. He commands respect among his housemates, I said, which was true enough. The other Slytherin first years deferred to him, though whether from genuine admiration or simple self-preservation was debatable. His work in potions shows particular promise. Lucius's face lit up with pride. Naturally, the Malfoys have always excelled in the subtle science. And his other subjects, developing, I said diplomatically. Perverse year is an adjustment period for all students, regardless of background. Of course, he leaned forward slightly, his gray eyes intense. But you're watching him, ensuring he receives appropriate guidance. The unspoken implications hung heavy between us. Lucius wasn't merely asking about academic performance. He wanted assurance that his son would receive special consideration, protection, the kind of favoritism that wealth and influence typically brought. I treat all my Slytherin students with equal attention, I said. Draco receives no less consideration than his station warrants, and no more than his abilities merit. I'm sure there was a slight edge to his voice now, a warning that I was treading close to some invisible lie. I trust you. Remember the importance of tradition, of maintaining the proper order of things. I met his gaze steadily. The proper order of things is precisely what I work to maintain. We sat in silence for a moment, the weight of unspoken history settling between us like dust. Finally, Lucius raised his glass again. To tradition, then, by and to, ensuring the next generation understands its value. To tradition, then, and to, ensuring the next generation understands its value. I drank, tasting ashes along with the alcohol. Our conversation continued for another hour, touching on old memories. Our shared years at Hogwarts, mutual acquaintances, did the subtle dance of politics that governed our world. Now, decades later, as I stood in the hush of firelight, I wondered if he even remembered those moments, or if I was just another shadow that had once brushed against his path. Finally, Lucius rose from his chair with fluid grace. I should take my leave. Narcissa will be expecting me for dinner. He straightened his robes and, without another word, disapparated with the sharp crack that always accompanied the spell. Oi! Aberforth's voice cut through the tavern's din like a rusty blade. I don't allow disapparition in my establishment. I turned to face the cantankerous barkeeper, noting the deep scowl etched across his weathered features. Then perhaps you should consider anti-disapparition charms, I said coolly. A simple protean terminus ward around the perimeter would suffice. You could also layer it with spatium clausum for additional security. Aberforth glared at me for a long moment, his blue eyes blazing with irritation. Don't need your suggestions, Snape. Clearly not, I replied, draining the last of my fire whiskey, though your establishment might benefit from them. As I made to leave, my attention was drawn back to Hagrid's table. The cloaked figure had departed, but the gamekeeper remained, and something on the table before him made my blood run cold. The table protested under his weight, and upon its scarred surface sat a single magnificent egg. Its shell was a dull, volcanic black, shot through with veins of silver that caught the firelight and glimmered. I moved toward him, the black fabric of my robes sweeping across the sawdust and grime. Well, Hagrid with a tankard in one hand and something highly illegal in the other. Hagrid's head swayed slightly as he looked up, his small black eyes struggling to focus before recognition finally dawned. A slow, lopsided grin spread across his face, causing his great beard to bristle. Snape, he slurred, his voice overly loud and thick. Look at this, eh? A dragon egg. Dragon egg. Got one. Finally got one. My eyes narrowed, moving from his foolish, beaming face to the monstrous egg and back again. When I spoke, my voice was little more than a whisper, yet it cut through the tavern's haze like a curse. A Norwegian ridgeback, I said, letting the words hang in the air between us. So rare the ministry tracks every known egg. So illegal that possessing one carries a lifetime sentence in Azkaban. I leaned forward slightly, my black eyes holding his glazed ones, and so exceptionally violent that its first fiery breath will reduce that miserable hut of yours, and you along with it, tow a pile of smoldering cinders. His grin, if possible, widened. Though his eyes remained slightly unfocused, he blinked slowly, as if processing my words through a thick fog of fire whiskey. Fiery breath, he slurred, his massive finger stroking the eggshell with alarming tenderness. Always wanted one, though. Ever since I was a lad, a fancy most possessed the wisdom to outgrow before they turned 50, I said, folding my arms. Precisely was fool enough to entrust you with this. Just a fella, he said, waving a hand the size of a dinner plate. played a few hands or cards with me, shared a had his cloak up, didn't say much. Nice bloke, though, a proper gentleman, gave me the egg. He did. Just like that. I pinched the bridge of my nose, where a familiar pressure was building. Fascinating. I shall await the Ministry's incident report with great interest. Once your hut is a smouldering patch of earth. He boomed a laugh, a sound of pure, oblivious delight. You worry too much, Snape. I know how to handle magical creatures. The rain fell in a fine, icy mist that did nothing to cleanse the air of the stench of anticipation and cheap ginger sweets. From the moment I strode onto the pitch, the roar of the crowd pressed against my skin like a physical weight. Bet 1,000 eyes, 1,000 petty little minds, all fixed on me. They saw the bat, the villain, the Slytherin, come to witness Gryffindor's defeat at Hufflepuff's hands. Let them think what they would. I was not here for their entertainment. The memory of Potter's first match still burned in my mind. His broom bucking like a wild beast, determined to throw him to his death, while I muttered counter jinxes from the stands. The boy had no idea how close he'd come to becoming a sneer on the turf. This time, I would be closer. Best time, I would be ready. The whistle was cold against my lips, its metallic temps mixing with the bitter irony of my position. Their supposed enemy, standing ready to protect the boy they all believed I wished to destroy. The game began with the usual fanfare, scarlet and gold streaking across the sky, yellow and black moving with patient determination, Gryffindor's recklessness against Hufflepuff's steady resolve from the stands. A gearing voice cut through the roar. Bet Snape's here to jinx Harry again. Laughter followed. How astute, I thought, lips curling in the barest shadow of a smile. Naturally, I would conduct my darkest schemes before 1,000 witnesses. Perhaps next I'll poison him at the high table during the welcome feast. Maximum subtlety assured. My eyes never left Potter. He circled the pitch with a grace even his enemies begrudged. The nimbus, too, 1,000 answering his every command, as though it were part of him. Until it wasn't. To one moment, he was a speck against the iron-grey sky. The next, a stone plummeting earthward. But this time, I was ready. My wand was in my hand before the crowd had gasped, before the players had even noticed. A silent arresto momentum straight from my wand, slowing his fall to something survivable. He pulled out at the last instant. So near the ground, I saw the whites of his eyes, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. The crowd erupted in adulation, blind to how near they had come to watching their golden boy break upon the pitch. The game resumed. 20 minutes later, Potter caught the snitch with a flawless Wronski feint that left the Hufflepuff seeker floundering. The Gryffindor stands exploded, their adoration enough to sicken me, as red and gold swarmed the field, lifting their savior high. My gaze shifted elsewhere. At the edge of the stands, a purple-turbaned figure slipped away with unseemly haste. Quirrell. Interesting. I followed. Rain slicked the stone and turned the ground treacherous, but I moved in silence, Steps measured. Quirrell stumbled twice, his robes snagging on the rough steps. At the great doors he paused, glancing about with a twitching bird's unease, then pressed on past them, toward the forbidden forest. A cold smile touched my lips. How considerate of him to choose such an isolated venue. The forest swallowed us both. Damp leaves rotted sweetly beneath my boots, the air thick with moss and decay. Ancient branches knit overhead, sealing out the last light. Quirrell blundered ahead, crashing through the undergrowth like a wounded troll. I shadowed him, silent as smoke. At last he reached a clearing, an amphitheater of oaks whose roots jutted from the earth like knotted fists. Moonlight speared through gaps in the canopy, casting shifting pools of silver light. He paced the clearing like a caged animal, turban askew, sweat gleaming on his pallid scalp. The man was a caricature of guilt. When I stepped forward, he gasped and spun, voice breaking. Severus, I didn't know you wanted tea to meet here of all places. I let silence stretch, pressing down on him with all the weight of the forest. Bay. A rustle stirred in the underbrush, predator or prey. It mattered little. Oh, I thought we'd keep this private, I said at last, my voice slicing through the chill like steel through silk. Students are not supposed to know about the Sorcerer's Stone. After all, the words struck him like a blow. He staggered back, hands clutching at his turban. His mouth opened and closed soundlessly. A fish on dry land. I don't know, what you mean. Pathetic. His left eye twitched. His voice shook. His hand strayed toward that ridiculous turban. I had been reading liars longer than he had drawn breath. Have you discovered how to get past that beast of Hagrid's yet? He flinched as though struck. Almost enough to make me smile. Almost Bibabut Severus. I closed the distance with a single step. He shrank against the oak, its bark digging through his robes. His fear reeked acrid in the damp air, mingling with the earth's decay. You do not want me as your enemy, Quirrell. My voice was soft, almost tender. I can be pleading in my displeasure. I don't. You know precisely what I mean. I leaned close enough to see sweat bead on his lip, close enough to catch the sulphurous temps beneath his fear that made my skin crawl. The stone. Do not insult me with denial. An owl hooted above, mournful and solitary. Quirrell's eyes darted frantically, seeking escape where none existed. I'm waiting, I said. His stammering lies only deepened my certainty. The Quirrell I had once known, competent, brilliant, capable of debate, was gone. Something had hollowed him, leaving behind a taint that prickled at my senses like static. Very well. My voice was final as a tomb's seal. We will have another little chat soon, when you've decided where your loyalties lie. My cloak swept around me like a black wing as I turned, the gesture deliberately theatrical, Pierre expected performance, and I was content to give it if it fed his fear. I did not look back, but I felt his eyes on me, terror burning between my shoulder blades as I vanished into the trees. At last, a clearing. Oaks ringed it, their roots clawing through the soil like gnarled fists. Moonlight fell in sharp spears, turning shadows into hunters. Quirrell paced, turban slipping, scalp gleaming with sweat. A parody of innocence, a portrait of guilt. I stepped from the trees. He spun with a gasp, eyes wide, lips trembling. Severus, I didn't know you wanted tea to meet here. Of all places, I let silence smother him. The forest breathed around us, rustles in the brush, wings beating high above. He shifted, the weight of quiet pressing, until his stammer cracked. Oh, I thought we'd keep this private, I said at last, each word precise. Students aren't supposed to know about the Sorcerer's Stone. He staggered as though struck, hands clutched at his turban. His mouth opened and closed, soundless. I don't know what you mean, pathetic. His eye twitched. His fingers brushed the cloth around his skull. His voice shook in ways that had nothing to do with his habitual stutter. Have you worked out how to get past Hagrid's beast yet? The flinch was exquisite, bibbered Severus. I stepped closer. The bark of the oak scraped his back. The air between us thickened, sharp with sweat and something else. Sulfur, faint but unmistakable. His fear clung like a film, acrid and sour. You don't want me as an enemy. My voice dropped. Softer than breath, sharper than a blade. I can be inventive, he whimpered, denied, lied. You know exactly what I mean. I leaned close enough to see the sweat bead on his lip, close enough to feel the shiver that ran through him. By the stone. Do not waste my time with games. An owl called above, low and mournful. The sound threaded through the silence like a warning. Quirrell's eyes darted, frantic. Every path blocked by me, by the forest, by the things that dwelled deeper still. I'm waiting, I said. He stuttered, sputtered, drowned in his own falsehoods. This was not the man I had once debated in candlelit corridors, not the sharp scholar who had wielded theory like a duelist's blade. Something had hollowed him, leaving behind only this twitching wreck wrapped in shadows not his own. Very well, my words fell like stone. We will talk again when you've decided where your loyalties lie. My cloak swung wide as I turned, black fabric billowing like wings. Let him see, let him imagine. I did not look back, though I felt his gaze, hot with terror, burning between my shoulders as I slipped once more into the trees. Let him stew in fear. Let him wonder when I would return. The game had begun. The board was set, and when I discovered whose hand tightened those invisible strings, Quirrell would learn what became of men foolish enough to mistake Severus Snape for a... Chapter 9. The Headmaster's Game. Days had slipped by in a blur of mounting frustration and ceaseless vigilance. Quirrell, that stammering fool, persisted in his charade, and I persisted in watching his every move with unrelenting scrutiny. Each passing day unveiled new signs of danger, yet Dumbledore remained infuriatingly unmoved by my concerns. My efforts to balance the house points had grown increasingly desperate. I prowled the corridors at every opportunity, searching for some infraction from Gryffindor students, but under Potter's Albus, it is dangerous to keep Quirrell here, I had argued earlier that evening, my voice tight with barely controlled anger. The students are at risk. You must see. The dismissal had been gentle, but absolute. I had returned to my chambers seething, my temper as black and consuming as the dungeon shadows. Sleep had come grudgingly, my mind still roiling with fury at the headmaster's blind faith in that trembling wretch. The cold stone walls of my quarters pressed in on me as I sank into the depths of uneasy slumber. Even in sleep, I felt the damp chill of the dungeons, the way shadows clung to every corner like secrets jealously hoarded. A translucent figure glided soundlessly through my wall, his chains rattling with a hollow, spectral menace. The bloody Baron's empty eyes fixed upon me with their usual intensity. Severus, his voice dragged like winter wind across frozen battlements. McGonagall requests your presence in the staff room immediately. I opened my eyes to narrow slits, irritation rising like bile. Sleep was precious, and interruptions were never welcome. At this hour, the Baron flickered, blood-stained robes shifting like smoke. The boy Malfoy wandering the corridors after hours. Draco, foolish child. With a sigh, I rose from my narrow bed, bare feet meeting cold stone. The staff room door stood ajar, a warm rectangle of light spilling across the flagstones. McGonagall's clipped brogue rang out before I crossed the threshold, sharp and resonant with suppressed fury. Absolutely no excuse for such behavior, Mr. Malfoy. None whatsoever. I pushed the door open with a creak, a small theatrical touch that never failed to sharpen my presence. McGonagall stood rigid, emerald robes immaculate, silver hair pinned into its severe bun. Draco sat before her, smaller than usual, platinum hair must face pale, with what I recognized as barely contained panic. Severus, McGonagall acknowledged curtly. A flicker of relief softened her severity. Thank you for coming. Professor McGonagall, I said, stepping inside and letting the door close. I trust young Mr. Malfoy has provided adequate entertainment for your evening. Draco flushed but held his tongue. Mr. Malfoy was discovered after hours, McGonagall continued, attempting to intercept Mr. Potter. When questioned, he claimed Potter possessed a dragon in his dormitory. My brow arched. A dragon in Gryffindor Tower. I let it linger, watching him squirm. His hands twisted at his robe, hem a nervous tick I had noticed developing. Well, I said, have you nothing to say for yourself? His chin lifted. I was only trying to... You were trying to get Potter into trouble, I cut in. Do not insult my intelligence by pretending otherwise. His face flushed with indignation. I saw him sneaking around. You think I'd risk detention for nothing? Yes, I said softly, lethally. That is precisely what I think. His mouth snapped shut. I advanced a step, looming. Your pathetic vendetta against Potter has now cost us 20 points and earned you detention. Are you proud of yourself? No, sir, he muttered. Look at me, reluctantly. His grey eyes lifted. This obsession with Potter is beneath you. More than that, it damages everything you ought to represent as a Slytherin. Sorry, sir, Draco said. Good. I gestured to the door. You will serve your detention without complaint. And you will remember this. Every action you take reflects upon our house. 20 points, squandered on petty jealousy. Think on it. But as I turned back toward my chambers, I knew sleep would not return. Harry was stumbling toward dangers he could not fathom, and if he fell too soon before I could protect him, how could I answer to Lily? The dungeon corridors stretched before me in their familiar embrace of shadow and stone, the torchlight casting restless patterns across walls that had witnessed centuries of secrets. My footsteps echoed with hollow precision as I made my way toward the main staircase, my mind still occupied with the day's tedious obligations. Severus. His cheerful voice bounced off the stones with its usual vigor. Terrible business, this unicorn situation. I froze mid-stride, my attention sharpening like a blade finding its mark. Unicorn situation. Oh, haven't you heard? Flitwick set his burden down with a thud that echoed faintly down the corridor. When he looked up at me, his usually bright eyes held an uncommon darkness. Hagrid discovered another one yesterday evening. 4th this month. Poor creature. The words settled into me like ice water seeping into my veins. For unicorns, in a single month, dead. Worse. His voice dropped to a whisper, forcing me to lean forward slightly. Drained, just like the others. Someone or something has been drinking their blood. Before I could respond, the sharp click of heels against stone announced another presence. Professor McGonagall swept around the corner, emerald robes swishing with each brisk step, her face drawn in lines of barely contained worry. Her silver hair was pulled back even more severely than usual, and her lips pressed into a thin line that spoke of sleepless nights. Philosopher, Severus, she acknowledged us with a curt nod before her gaze fell to the pile of books at Flitwick's feet. Research into protective charms, I assume. Among other things, Flitwick gestured helplessly toward the tomes. Ancient warding magic, creature Lorena thing that might shed light on what we're facing. McGonagall's jaw tightened. Then you've heard about the latest incident. We were just discussing it, I interjected. The deputy headmistress rarely allowed her composure to crack. Yet the strain was visible in the set of her shoulders and the slight tremor in her hand as she smoothed her robes. Where exactly did Hagrid make this discovery? Near the edge of the Forbidden Forest, close to the Centaur territories. Her Scottish accent grew more pronounced, as it always did when agitation gripped her. The Centaurs are becoming increasingly hostile over the matter. Flitwick nodded gravely. Firenze sent word through Hagrid. They're considering intervention. The implication settled over us like a gathering storm. The Centaurs viewed the forest as sovereign ground, and their concept of justice was both swift and final. If they were threatening to intervene, the situation had already escalated beyond mere poaching. 4 unicorns, McGonagall said, 4 of the most innocent creatures in the magical world, slaughtered like livestock. Not slaughtered, I corrected. Harvested. Both professors turned toward me. McGonagall's brows arched in silent question. Unicorn blood grants life, I explained, my voice measured. A cursed half-existence, perhaps, but life nonetheless. Whoever is doing this isn't killing for sport or sustenance. They are killing for survival. Flitwick shuddered, his small frame seeming to contract further. The thought is abhorrent, to curse oneself so willingly. Desperation, McGonagall said, makes monsters of us all. What manner of human would be desperate enough to accept such damnation? I mused aloud. Though my mind already traced possibilities, I preferred not to contemplate. One who has already lost their humanity, McGonagall replied. For such a person, damnation is simply another step on a path already chosen, or one who never possessed humanity to begin with, I added. The dungeon's breath clung damp and cold to my skin as I strode toward the great hall. Most mornings I matched that chill in spirit, but today my steps carried a rare lightness. Rumor's sweet, intoxicating rumor spoke of a catastrophic fall from grace for Gryffindor House. At the foot of the staircase, a knot of third years clustered, voices pitched in urgent whispers. 150 points. Gryffindor's done. Must have been something enormous. The number rang in my ears. 150. Enough to gut a house in one stroke. My pace slowed. The hems of my robes whispered round me. Mr. Montague. My voice cracked across the air like a whip. The children froze, panic replacing their glee. Montague stiffened. Professor Snape. You seem remarkably lively for this hour. I let my eyes rake over them. Care to explain? Millicent Bulstrode burst first, her words tumbling. It's Gryffindor, sir. They lost 150 points last night. Ah, so it was true. My brow arched indeed. And for what crime? They traded helpless glances. Montague cleared his throat. We don't know, sir. Just that it happened last night. The hourglasses, Professor, Bulstrode added eagerly. Gryffindor's nearly empty. I let a thin smile ghost my lips. Fascinating. Alone, I allowed myself a slow breath. 150 points. Even in my most inventive moments, I had never carved such a gash. Perhaps at last the tide had turned. The entrance hall brimmed with whispers. Before the hourglasses I paused, savoring the sight. Rubies that had once cascaded in a proud column now lay gutted at the bottom, a mere scattering of stones glinting like dried blood. Slytherin's emeralds gleamed high above, magnificent. The great hall's doors loomed ahead, opening onto tables heavy with breakfast. Yet the atmosphere was anything but ordinary. Conversations ran low, broken by the occasional disbelieving laugh. At the Gryffindor table, misery reigned. Potter sat hunched, hair curtaining his face, shoulders tight. Weasley slumped beside him, as red as a warning flare, but silent. Granger picked at her plate, curls falling forward like a shield. Across the hall, my house thrummed with energy. Students straight-backed, voices sharp with pride. Even the smallest first years basked in this long-denied moment. I slid into my seat at the staff table. Coffee, black as tar, poured steady beneath my hand. Eventful evening, Flitwick piped up, peering at me over a teacup too large for his tiny hands. So it seems, The coffee's steam rose, acrid and perfect, though I admit I am curious about the cause of such decisive punishment. 3 first years, McGonagall snapped as she dropped into her chair. Shadow bruised her eyes. Her composure was stretched thin. Caught out of bed after midnight. Corridors, I asked. How reckless. Her glare could have melted steel. Don't feign indifference, Severus. You're positively glowing. I marvel, I said, at their audacity. Surely Potter was among them. Her jaw clenched. Potter, Weasley, Granger, wandering the castle as though rules don't apply. And there it was confirmation that soured the taste of triumph in my mouth. Potter out at night, while something bled unicorns in the forest. Flitwick tutted softly. 150 points, Minerva, for a curfew violation. 50 each, she snapped, plus detention. They're lucky I didn't expel them. I sipped my coffee, concealing the heat rising in my chest. Not from amusement, not this time from anger. Anger at the boy, at his arrogance, at his idiocy. Out at night, when danger prowled the very corridors, did he think himself invincible? Did he think Lily's sacrifice had left him untouchable? Yes, Gryffindor had been gutted. Yes, my house finally had its moment. Yet the victory tasted ash dry when I imagined Harry, pale face beneath silver moonlight, his small frame stumbling into fangs, into shadow, into death. Let the boy learn that rules matter. Let him suffer the sting of humiliation, but let him survive. The day had passed without remarkable incident. Classes blurred into one another dull Gryffindors, botching drafts. The usual fawning from Slytherins. A headache blooming behind my eyes that not even a perfectly brewed, calming draught could dispel. By evening, I retreated to the sanctuary of my chambers, grateful for the silence. I had only just sunk into uneasy sleep when the cold prickle of being watched snapped me awake. My eyes flew open to find him there. The bloody Baron hovered near my bed, spectral chains dragging in the air with a faint metallic scrape that made my teeth ache. His translucent face gleamed with its permanent sheen of ghostly blood, those hollow eyes fixed upon me without blinking. Professor Snape, he said. I sat up, clutching my wand. It is the 3rd time, Baron. Do you delight in rousing me at ungodly hours? His face did not alter, but the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. I would not disturb you without reason. I swung my legs from the bed, the stone floor biting cold against my bare feet. Then what reason compels you to haunt me now? A Slytherin first year, he said. The boy is shaken. He begged quite insistently for your presence. A muscle twitched in my jaw. The heavy oak door slammed shut as I turned to face the bedraggled figure in my office. Draco Malfoy, usually pristine heir to wizarding nobility, sat trembling like a common first year. Dirt streaked his pale cheeks. His platinum hair hung in lank strands, and his robes bore tears, mudstains, and what appeared to be dried blood. But it was his eyes that held my attention. Those grey eyes now darted about like those of a cornered animal, filled with genuine fear that no amount of Malfoy breeding could disguise. Well, I settled into my chair. What happened? Professor Snape. Sirth detention was barbaric. Hagrid had us following a trail of blood through the darkness, unicorn blood, silver in the moonlight like some cursed path. And Potter, his voice cracked with indignation. I was paired with Potter of all people, trudging through brambles and mud. Following that grotesque trail deeper into the forest, he swallowed hard. Then we found it, the creature. It was hunched over the unicorn, drinking its blood like some savage beast. When it sensed us watching, it raised its head, and Draco shuddered violently. Its eyes, Professor, they burned like coals in the darkness. And what did this creature look like, Mr. Malfoy? I asked. He swallowed hard. Then we found it, the creature. It was hunched over the unicorn, drinking its blood like some savage beast. When it sensed us watching, it raised its head, and Draco shuddered violently. Its eyes, Professor, they burned like coals in the darkness. And what did this creature look like, Mr. Malfoy? I asked. P.S. I fled. And Potter would have done the same if he had any sense. But he just stood there until that centaur appeared. Firenze, I think. The creature retreated then, but not before I saw what it truly was, something that feeds on the purest of magical creatures to sustain its cursed existence. I felt the familiar tightening in my chest. A cloaked figure drinking unicorn blood could only mean one thing. Though I kept my face impassive. Change the detention, he burst out desperately. Surely there's something else, Lines. Perhaps, or cleaning the trophy room. Anything but going back to that cursed forest. I stood slowly, my black robes billowing as I moved around the desk. Mr. Malfoy, do you labor under the delusion that the rules of this institution bend to accommodate your delicate sensibilities? But Professor, silence, I shouted. The detention was assigned by Professor McGonagall in accordance with school policy. Did you truly believe your father's name would shield you from disciplinary action? This isn't trivial. Draco shot to his feet. There's something dark in that forest that shouldn't exist. Sit down, I commanded. Draco collapsed back into his chair. Let me educate you about fairness, Mr. Malfoy, I continued, returning to my desk. The same detention that terrifies you was also assigned to Potter, Granger, and Longbottom. Are you suggesting that what is acceptable for Gryffindor students is beneath a Slytherin? I know, sir, he mumbled. The rules of Hogwarts apply equally to all students, regardless of their parentage. You will serve your detention as assigned, without complaint and without further attempts to negotiate. Plitter, and if I refuse, expulsion, I said simply. Immediate and permanent removal from Hogwarts. Is that the legacy you wish? The Malfoy heir who couldn't complete his first year because he found detention too challenging. The color drained from his face. I know, sir. Then I trust we understand each other. You will report tomorrow evening and conduct yourself with dignity. Dismissed. As I stared into the dying embers of my fire, Draco's description troubled me deeply. A cloaked figure drinking unicorn blood, gliding with burning eyes. The details painted a picture that filled me with dread I dared not name aloud. The spiral staircase to Dumbledore's office felt endless, each step tightening the knot in my jaw. By the time I reached the heavy oak door, Frustration had hardened into something sharper. I drew my wand with practiced precision, and a silvery doe burst forth, its glow spilling against the dim stone walls. "Find McGonagall," I ordered, my voice clipped. "Tell her to come at once. Tell her it's about the detention." The doe dipped its head before bounding forward, vanishing through the wall in a shimmer of mist. I knocked once out a formality more than courtesy and pushed the door open without waiting for an answer. Dumbledore looked up from his desk, those infuriatingly twinkling eyes already brimming with amusement. "Severus," he said lightly, "how delightful. Tea?" "No." I clasped my hands behind my back, fingers curled to hide their tremor. "I've sent for Minerva as well." As if summoned by my words, hurried footsteps echoed on the staircase. McGonagall entered in her emerald dressing gown, hair half tumbled from its bun. "Severus, what on earth is the meaning of?" She broke off when she caught my expression. "What's happened?" "Please, sit," Dumbledore said, conjuring chairs with a flick. "The detention today," I said. Young Malfoy described a trail of unicorn blood leading to a figure hunched over the carcass, drinking its life. Cloaked, gliding rather than walking. Eyes burning like coals. McGonagall blanched. The air in the office seemed to chill. "Severus," Dumbledore said evenly, "I understand your concern. Do you?" I advanced a step. "You sent for first years, including Potter, into the path of a creature sustained by unicorn blood. A creature that approached them before Firenze intervened." McGonagall's hand flew to her throat. "Dear God, you don't mean you dispatched them into the one refuge such a monster would claim?" I pressed on, my voice rising. "Equipped with nothing but Hagrid's optimism, and your hope that the forest shadows wouldn't feast on young blood. The detention was to punish for misbehavior, and to teach them a lesson." McGonagall began. "Teach a lesson," I said. "What lesson?" "How to catalogue feeding habits of abominations. How to flee when death comes gliding through the trees." "Perhaps we should discuss this calmly," Dumbledore interjected. "Calm." I whirled on him. "Explain, then, why you led Potter straight into danger. Why the boy who survived the killing curse was delivered like a lamb to the lair of the very thing that seeks him." McGonagall sagged back, her face ashen. "You think you know who? Who else?" I cut in. "Only desperation could drive one to drink unicorn blood. Such a creature would covet Potter's blood above all. And you," I jabbed a finger toward Dumbledore, "you sent him into its hunting grounds." Dumbledore removed his spectacles and polished them. "The children were never unprotected. Hagrid was with them. And Firenze's intervention shows the forest's guardians remain vigilant." "Hagrid," I repeated flatly. "You trust Hagrid to fend off a predator that slaughters unicorns." "The detention served its purpose," Dumbledore said, rising. "The children are safe. Consequences have been impressed upon them, and Harry has glimpsed the dangers awaiting him." I stared, disbelief churning into fury. "You speak as though this was deliberate, as though you wanted Potter to encounter that thing. Sometimes experience is the harshest but most valuable teacher." The words struck me like a blow. You knew what lay in that forest, and you sent them regardless. I suspected, Dumbledore conceded, and ensured they would not be entirely defenseless. And if Firenze hadn't been near, if the creature had been stronger, if Potter had strayed alone. But he did not, Dumbledore replied simply. He survived as I believed he would. He must begin to understand the evil that stalks him. You used them, I said. All of them pieces on your chessboard. I protected them, as I have always protected Harry and Malfoy Granger. Longbottom. Were they acceptable casualties in your lesson plan? McGonagall made a strangled noise. Albus surely not. I calculated the risks, Dumbledore said, his tone resolute. Harry needs to face that evil exists beyond imagination, that he has the strength to oppose it. At 11, my voice cracked. He should worry about Quidditch and essays, not nightmares with burning eyes. Harry ceased to be ordinary the night his parents died, Dumbledore said, and for a moment regret softened his features. I wish it were otherwise. The fight drained from me. I lowered myself into the chair I had refused, feeling the weight of every year pressing down. There must be another way, a path that doesn't gamble with children's lives. If you can suggest one, I will listen. But Harry's very existence draws the dark to him. I cannot shield him from that truth, only ensure he is prepared. I want to know, I said finally, each word deliberate, before you endanger him again. Whatever schemes you contrive want warning, so you can object, so I can protect him, as I swore I would. Our gazes locked across the desk, the silence taut with unspoken truths. At last, Dumbledore inclined his head. Very well, Severus. I will endeavor to keep you informed. Not a promise, merely acknowledgement, but for now, it would have to do. I rose, exhaustion settling into my bones. I should return to the dungeons. Of course, Dumbledore's voice softened. And severe, sure vigilance is invaluable. I paused at the threshold, the oak door beneath my palm. My vigilance would be unnecessary if certain individuals refrained from using children as bait. Perhaps, Dumbledore murmured, or perhaps that is precisely why your vigilance is so vital. I left without another word, descending into the cool shadows of the dungeon. Behind me, voices drifted, McGonagall's hushed, Dumbledore's still rationalizing. But I knew better. I had seen the calculation behind those twinkling eyes. This would not be the last time Harry Potter was thrust into peril beyond his years. The only question was whether I would be there when the Headmaster's next lesson threatened to devour him whole. The knock came earlier than most dared approach my domain. 3 deliberate taps echoed through the stone corridors like a measured announcement, a signal, not a question. I recognized the rhythm, the calculated spacing between each sound. Only one man possessed such arrogance to summon me at this hour. I set down the parchment beneath it, still glistening with wet ink. The knock came again. I opened the door to find Lucius Malfoy, framed in the weak light that spilled from the entrance hall above. His silver hair shone immaculate beneath the hood of his traveling cloak, untouched despite the hour. Frost clung to the rich wool of his robes like scattered diamonds, evidence of his passage through the castle grounds before dawn. Even winter's bite seemed only to polish his aristocratic bearing. Lucius, I said. Severus. His smile was cold and courteous, perfected by generations of breeding, beautiful, meaningless, sharp as frost. Forgive the early hour, but I find dawn conversations less prone to interruption. I conjured a chair with a flick of my wand, but Lucius ignored it. Instead, he crossed to the fireplace, where the last coals still glowed with faint warmth. Morning light painted pale rectangles across the stone floor, a sharp contrast to the dungeon's perpetual twilight. He studied the embers as if they might offer prophecy, warming his hands without removing his dragonhide gloves. A sign the visit would be brief. "You've heard the whispers," he murmured. "I hear many," I replied, settling into my chair. "Which ones are yours?" His smile thinned. "The ones about the Philosopher's Stone, about Dumbledore's experiments." "Speculation," I said, though both of us knew better. The stone's presence was an open secret in certain circles, whispered in Nocturne Alley, debated in the shadows of the 3 broomsticks. "Speculation," he agreed softly, tracing patterns into the soot-dark mantle. "But speculation, when spread with care, erodes foundations, even stone ones." I stayed silent. "Draco tells me odd things," he continued. "Creatures in the forest, murdered unicorns." He paused, heavy with meaning. "You understand my concern. I understand you like to be informed," I said. "Even when there is nothing worth informing." His eyes narrowed. "Tell me this, Severus," he said, stepping closer. "Why does Dumbledore trust Quirinus Quirrell?" "That question," I said, "is hardly exclusive to you." His lips curved as if satisfied. "Then you have doubts." "I have eyes," I said. And he asked. "He has changed." "Not for the better," I said. Lucius nodded. "Perhaps, then, it is time we thought beyond Dumbledore." My pulse quickened, though I showed nothing. This was dangerous ground. "The tides shift," he whispered. "Power realigns. Hogwarts must always remain central." "I came not to threaten," he said, turning to leave, "but to remind you have options. Should the Headmaster grow reckless, I trust you'll make the right choice." I remained by the fire long after, listening to embers crackle and the faint stirrings of students above. The sunlight through the narrow windows brightened, casting weak gold squares on the stone floor. But light could not chase away what Lucius's visit had disturbed. A memory rose, unbidden. Another corridor, years ago. He, 17, I, 15. His prefect badge glinting silver against green robes. The weight of Hogwarts corridors different than not stone, but menace. Shadows hid hexes. Laughter was a weapon. I learned to move like a ghost, hugging walls, avoiding too much light. He had carried himself like a Prince Robe's immaculate, voice smooth as aged whiskey, expression eternally bored by everything beneath him. I had nothing he wanted but a desperation that amused him, the way a cat might be amused by a mouse. "You're bleeding again, Snape," he had drawled one grey afternoon outside the library. Potter's latest hex had split my lip. I pressed my sleeve to it, tasting copper and humiliation. Try dodging, or grow a spine. The words cut deeper than the curse, not because they were false, but because they came from him, someone whose approval I had, foolishly, once craved. I didn't answer. He never expected me to. "You'll never get her attention looking like that," he added as he left, tossing the words like discarded coin. Even blood needs pedigree. He'd known about Lily, of course. Everyone had. Love was my weakness. Now, decades later, I wondered if he remembered any of it, or if I had been only another shadow that brushed his radiant path before vanishing. I rose and crossed to the window, a slit carved in 3 feet of stone. Beyond lay the lake, grey as hammered pewter, mirroring the morning sky. The grounds were stirring elves tending gardens, the gamekeeper feeding his beasts, life resuming its routines. The light climbed higher, illuminating my reflection in the glass angular face, unreadable eyes, hair forever untamed. Not handsome, not impressive, but no longer desperate. Not the boy who once begged Voldemort for Lily's life. For a heartbeat, her face replaced mine. Green eyes bent over a potion's text. Red hair caught in sunlight. Lavender soap in the air. So vivid I almost heard her voice correcting my Latin. Then gone. Only me again, staring back from brightening glass. My choice had been made long ago, in grief and rage and love that tore my soul. Whatever Lucius offered, the path was already set, by green eyes that had once seen light in darkness. The office door creaked softly, not intrusively. I turned. Dumbledore stood just inside, leaning slightly on his cane. He rarely knocked, and rarer still, he came this far below ground. "Albus," I said. I did not rise. He offered a mild nod. "I thought you might be here. There's little rest to be found this week." He stepped closer, his eyes sweeping the cauldron behind me, the finished scrolls, the flask beside the hearth. "Lucius paid you a visit." Of course he knew. "Yes, he is testing the waters. He is waiting for you to fail." Dumbledore didn't flinch, as are many. I looked away. "And yet you give them reason. Keeping Quirrell, giving Potter the cloak, leaving the stone where even a first year can stumble across its threshold. I do not take these actions lightly," he said. "You play too many games, Albus." He came around the chair across from mine and sat. "And you play none. I play the ones that keep people alive." His eyes met mine. "You're angry," he said. I didn't answer. "You've been angry a long time." Still, I said nothing. He folded his hands in his lap. "I know what it costs you to stay, to protect him, while he resents you." After a moment, he stood. "I will move the mirror," he said. "Tonight." He's found it twice now. He saw them, didn't he? I asked. His parents? Yes. I stared at the fire again. I saw her too. I know. And he left. I didn't move, not for a long while. The fire died a little more. Outside, the castle stirred in its sleep. I imagined the boy walking somewhere beneath it all, cloak fluttering, eyes wide with things he did not understand. Let him think I hate him. Let him glare. Let him be safe. I'd play the villain. It was the role I knew best. Chapter 10. Potions Exams. The dungeon classroom stretched before me like a cathedral of shadows, its stone walls weeping with moisture that caught in the flickering torchlight. 27 cauldrons sat arranged in precise rows, their copper surfaces gleaming with the promise of either triumph or catastrophe. I stood at the front, black robes billowing as I surveyed the assembled students, all crammed together for their end-of-term practical examinations. The air was thick with the acrid temps of preserved ingredients, powdered moonstone, dried billywig stings, and the metallic bite of silver unicorn horn shavings. "You have 2 hours," I announced. "First years will brew a forgetfulness potion." I swept between the desks, robes billowing like storm clouds. 28 first years hunched over bubbling cauldrons, faces flushed with steam and the desperation of panic. 1 hour remaining, I drawled. Finnegan sat 3 rows back, sweat beading at his hairline. His workspace was a mess hellebore essence sloshed across the wood, water measured far too generously, valerian root hacked into splinters. By rights, his brew should have been a catastrophe, and yet his cauldron shimmered with impossible perfection. I drifted closer, my footsteps soundless on the flagstone floor. His shoulders stiffened. "Having difficulties, Finnegan?" "No, Professor," he stammered, his Irish lilt thick with nerves. "Just adding the final ingredients now, sir." Beneath the desk, his left hand worked furtively. A leather-bound book rested against his knee, pages fluttering of their own accord. Golden script crawled across them in gleaming strokes. Forgetfulness potion, valerian root, hellebore essence, lethe river water. My anti-sheeting wards flared silver, snapping tight around his desk like a spider's web. "Mr. Finnegan." Every student froze. Longbottom jumped so hard he dropped a vial of beetle eyes, glass shattering on stone. "Stand up." The boy rose on shaking legs, his freckles stark against the pallor of his face. "Did you imagine I would overlook such amateur fraud? Cheating during my examination? Professor, I don't." Silence. "Empty your pockets, now." His trembling hands produced the contraband, a tome bound in dragonhide, the kind of expense no first year should be carrying. Brewmaster's Codex gleamed across the cover in ornate gold lettering. I plucked it from his grasp with the tip of my wand, sneer curling my lip. A self-writing recipe book. Write the name of any potion, and it supplies the full formula, measurements and all. I flipped the pages, each inscribed with his hasty scrawl. "Tell me, Finnegan, was it your mother who purchased this indulgent little cheat?" "My ma'am just wanted to help." "Your mother has ensured you receive 0 marks on this examination. A week of detentions, cleaning cauldrons without magic, and 10 points deducted from Gryffindor." A chorus of gasps rippled through the red and gold ranks. "And furthermore, you will brew this potion correctly every evening during detention, until you produce an acceptable result without assistance." "Yes, Professor," he whispered, eyes cast down. "Sit, and this time, complete your examination using your own abilities, meager though they may be." I swept back to my desk, the room prickling with silence, every eye fixed on me. 57 minutes remained. "I suggest you turn your attention to your own cauldrons." unless you care to join Mr. Finnegan in detention. 32 third years hunched over their cauldrons like penitents at altars, attempting to brew fire protection potion for their end-of-year examination. Steam rose in molten ribbons, carrying the pungent tang of salamander blood and the singed sweetness of powdered fire seeds. The hourglass showed 20 minutes remaining. Around us, students struggled in increasing panic. Longbottom's cauldron belched black smoke thick enough to choke a troll. Granger, predictably, had already decanted her potion into phials, the liquid glowing a steady, protective red. Next exam is for third years. I prowled between the desks, robes billowing through the stifling heat. Most of these dunderheads would be fortunate to produce anything remotely resembling the required shimmering crimson solution. Already, Crabbe's cauldron belched sparks like a defective fireworker, sure sign he had botched the salamander blood ratio. But it was the Weasley twins who commanded my attention. Fred and George sat in the third row, identical shock of red hair glowing like banked embers in the torchlight. Too quiet, far too quiet for those particular miscreants. I drifted closer, footsteps silent on the damp stone. Fred's potion simmered with eerie perfection, a translucent scarlet sheen, glowing faintly, as though embers burned within. Beside him, George's brew was its mirror image, not a wisp of smoke misplaced, not a spark out of rhythm. Suspicious. Impressive work, Weasley, I murmured, positioning myself between their desks. Thank you, Professor. Fred replied without looking up, his tone honeyed with false innocence. Just following the instructions, sir. Indeed, I leaned toward his cauldron, inhaling. The scent was flawless spicy cinnamon, overlaid with a faint tang of iron. And you, Weasley? George looked up, eyes glittering. Same here, Professor. Nothing fancy, just good old-fashioned brewing. Good old-fashioned brewing. From the two who had once turned an entire flock of school owls into canaries, who brewed sweets that shrieked on contact, who would happily lace this very potion into a prank if given the chance. I circled their tables like a hawk. Their preparations were immaculate fire seeds ground to glittering dust, salamander blood measured with a surgeon's precision, bezoar shavings cut into identical slivers. Too immaculate. Mr. Frederick Weasley, I said softly, what color flame should a properly brewed fire protection potion withstand? Bright orange, Professor, Fred answered instantly. Any darker and the potion will destabilize. Correct, irritatingly correct. And the stirring sequence for stabilizing salamander blood, Mr. George Weasley. Clockwise 5 turns, counterclockwise 3. Sir, any more and it curdles. Also correct. My jaw tightened. Then, when I saw it, a shimmer in the air between their cauldrons like heat haze, too steady for mere steam. My eyes narrowed, tracing the faint silver filament of magic connecting the two. Clever little serpents. I withdrew my wand with deliberate care. The blackthorn would warm against my palm. Fine, incantating. The shimmer vanished. Both twins froze, hands suspended mid-motion like guilty children caught raiding the pantry. Well, I drawled. satisfaction curling in my voice. What have we here? Fred's potion shuddered violently. The glowing red liquid darkened to a muddy brown and hissed like dying coals. George's brew followed suit, bubbling over the rim in an acrid mess that smoked and spat sparks. The class erupted in whispers. I raised my voice above the din. It seems we have uncovered an innovative approach to potion making. The Weasley twins have employed a sympathetic brewing charm to link their cauldrons, allowing one success to mask the other's inevitable disaster. Fred flushed crimson. Professor, we can explain. Oh, I'm certain you can. I cut him off. No doubt you'll insist it was a coincidence that two of Hogwarts' most notorious pranksters managed to cast identical charms on their exam cauldrons. Actually, George said with a sheepish grin, we were going to blame it on natural twin telepathy. Thought that might sound better. Despite myself, a corner of my mouth twitched. Their audacity was inexhaustible. Stand up, both of you. They obeyed, scraping back stools. The entire room, still Devon Longbottom, stopped fanning the blackened remains of his cauldron. Examination terminated. 0 marks. With a flick of my wand, both cauldrons evaporated in puffs of sulphurous smoke. Detention. 1 week. Cleaning cauldrons in the hospital wing under Madame Pomfrey's supervision. 1 week, Fred protested. But, Professor, generous. I arched a brow. Very well. 2 weeks. Thank you for the suggestion. George elbowed him. Shut it, Fred. Furthermore, I continued, a 3-foot essay on the ethical implications of magical cheating, due Monday morning. And 50 points from Gryffindor each. The Gryffindors groaned in unison. I felt a flicker of grim satisfaction. But Professor George tried again, mustering his most charming smile. Surely you can admire the subtle work, linking to brewing processes while balancing ingredient volatility. That's practically NEWT level. Attempting to flatter me will earn you a 3rd week of detention, Mr. Weasley. George raised both hands. Right. Shutting up, wise. I swept my gaze back over the room. Consider this demonstration of my enthusiasm for academic honesty. You have 15 minutes remaining. Panic erupted once more as students scrambled to salvage their work. I returned to my desk, robes whispering against stone. The twins gathered their belongings in silence, faces hot with embarrassment and bruised pride. At the door, Fred paused and glanced back. Professor, I sighed. What now, Weasley? Next time, we'll use a disillusionment charm on the link. Make it properly invisible. The door slammed before I could respond, leaving me staring at the empty space with reluctant admiration. Next time, indeed. Perhaps I ought to speak with McGonagall about reinforcing the wards before the owls. Something told me I would need them. Tired after conducting potions, exams, sleep rarely came that night. Cold stone bit my bare feet as I moved through familiar corridors. Something is wrong. The thoughts circled relentlessly, a tightness in my chest, unrelated to tonight's examinations. A thin scroll floated before me, parchment unraveling with a quiet rustle as I reviewed my notes from the past week. Wards, tested Slytherin, patrol logs, a single black ink blot where I'd paused mid-word, Upon sensing that tremor on the third floor, everything pointed in one direction. I was reviewing the nightly patrol list when a message arrived, Dan Owl with parchment folded thrice. Sealed not by wax but magic, Dumbledore had left the castle, summoned to the ministry. I stood so fast my chair tipped backward. Gone. I stormed toward the staff lounge, cloak barely settling over my shoulders. When I arrived at the staff room, I saw Minerva was there. So was Flitwick, blinking furiously through his spectacles. "He's left," I demanded. Minerva's lips thinned. "The ministry requested him urgently. There's talk of a breach at Gringotts." "A breach?" I snapped. "And so he abandons his post." Flitwick fidgeted. "He said he'd be back before dawn. He shouldn't have left at all." I turned to Minerva. I left them and strode into the empty corridor just beyond the staff room. I went to Quirrell's quarters. No one was there. I raised my wand. "Expecto patrono." Silver burst from the tipper's sleek, silent dough. It paused at my side, eyes flickering like mercury. "Find Dumbledore. Tell him Quirrell is moving. The stone is in play. Return now." The dough inclined its head, but instead of vanishing, it shimmered, shook, and opened its mouth. Dumbledore's voice, calm and infuriatingly measured, flowed from it. "Severus, I suspected this. Do not act rashly. Hold your ground. I am on my way." Then the patroness vanished, mist trailing in its wake. I stared at the empty space it left behind. "Do not act rashly," he said, as if I were the impulsive one. As if I were the boy sprinting through cursed chambers with only stubbornness and Gryffindor gall to guide me. As if he were the one who had been pacing these corridors, stalking shadows, fortifying wards, while Quirrell, his stammering little time-bummed, drew closer to the heart of the school. The minutes crawled by like dying spiders. I stood at the end of the third-floor corridor, wand loose in my hand, ears straining for any sound that did not belong. The silence pressed against my eardrums until my own breathing seemed thunderous. Behind me, Fluffy's massive bulk shifted an occasional rumble that made the floorboards vibrate. Then I heard it, the unmistakable crack of apparition from the entrance hall. Dumbledore's footsteps approached, measured, unhurried, as if he were strolling to afternoon tea rather than racing to prevent the theft of immortality itself. His calm would be admirable if it were not so maddening. "Severus." His voice carried easily down the corridor, no whisper, no urgency. "Reports." I did not turn. "Quirrell is missing." Ah, a pause. "And you are certain he intends?" "Certain." I whirled to face him. Even in the dim torchlight, his blue eyes held that impossible twinkle. "Nothing about this night has been certain, Albus. Nothing except your spectacular absence when your school needed you most." He studied me with the patience of a man examining a particularly fascinating beetle. "You are angry. I am vigilant. There is a difference." Indeed, he took a step closer. The faint scent of lemon drops followed him. How he kept a sweet tooth at a moment like this. Perhaps we should check on our three-headed friend. I gestured toward the door with mock courtesy. "After you, Headmaster." As Dumbledore reached for the handle, Fluffy's rumbling stopped. Complete silence. We exchanged a look, the first moment of honest understanding we'd shared all evening. Then the soft, haunting notes of a harp drifted through the heavy oak. Too late, I breathed. Dumbledore's wand was already in his hand. Allomorda, Allomorda. The door swung open to reveal precisely what I had feared. Fluffy, all three massive heads lolling in enchanted sleep, saliva pooling on the stone. The harp sat nearby, playing itself with delicate precision. And there, yawning like the mouth of hell, was the trapdoor. How long Dumbledore's voice had finally lost its infuriating calm. The music started perhaps 3 hours ago. I knelt at the trapdoor's edge, peering into the black void below. If Quirrell has been moving systematically through your obstacles, he hasn't been alone. The words hung between us like a curse. We both knew who lurked behind Quirrell's stammering facade, who had been patient enough to spend a year pretending to cower while positioning himself within reach of his greatest desire. The boy, Dumbledore said quietly. Potter. My blood chilled. What about Potter? He's not in his dormitory, nor are his friends. Of course, the arrogant little Potter had chosen tonight for heroics. Just like his father, charging headlong into danger with nothing but blind courage and a profound lack of foresight. Then we'd better hurry, I snarled, swinging my legs over the trapdoor's edge. Dumbledore caught my arm. Severus, don't. I shook him off. Don't tell me to wait. Don't tell me to be careful. Don't tell me that everything will work out according to your grand design. I met his eyes and let every ounce of my fury show. That boy is down there with a Dark Lord, and he's 11 years old. For once, Dumbledore had nothing to say. I dropped into the darkness. The devil's snare cushioned my fall with deceptive gentleness, its tendrils already exploring my limbs. A flick of my wand sent fire dancing across the writhing mass. It recoiled with what almost sounded like a whimper. Dumbledore landed beside me with considerably more grace than I managed. His phoenix feather wand cast warm light into the gloom. The next chamber, he said, and we moved. The winged keys fluttered overhead like a plague of metallic insects, but the door to the next room stood open. Someone had already solved Flitwick's puzzle. The giant chessboard bore the scars of recent battle pieces scattered, some still twitching from whatever violence had been done to them. And there, sprawled among the wreckage like a broken marionette, was Ronald Weasley. I dropped to one knee beside him, fingers finding the pulse at his throat, steady if weak. Blood matted his red hair where he'd struck the stone, and his left arm bent at an unnatural angle. Alive, I reported curtly. Unconscious. Possible concussion. Definitely a broken arm. I looked up at Dumbledore. He sacrificed himself, allowed the White Queen to take him so Potter could advance. I conjured a stretcher with a flick of my wand, levitating the boy onto it with more care than I'd ever shown him in potions class. He needs the hospital wing, indeed. But first, a muffled sob echoed from the next chamber. We exchanged glances and hurried through the doorway. The troll lay unconscious in the corner. Its skull bore a neat lump the size of a quaffle. Huddled against the far wall, knees drawn up, was a small figure with bushy brown hair like a curtain around her face. Hermione Granger was awakened, terrified. "Professor Dumbledore." She scrambled to her feet, tears streaking her cheeks. Her eyes fell on me, and she went rigid. "Professor Snape, what are you? Why are you?" The accusation died as she took in the sight. Dumbledore and I standing together, wands drawn not at each other, but toward a common threat. "Miss Granger, where is Potter?" I asked. But you're..." She looked wildly between us, comprehension dawning with the subtlety of a thunderclap. "You're not trying to steal the stone." "No, Miss Granger, I am not." The words came out sharper than intended. How long had these children been stumbling through the night, convinced I was their enemy? "Where is Potter?" He went ahead, through the purple fire. I solved the riddle, gave him the potion. But there was only enough for one person to go forward and one to go back. And he said, her voice broke. He said I had to take care of Ron, that someone had to get help. She stared at me, as if I'd grown a second head. "We thought Harry was so sure you've been trying to curse him all year, haven't you?" "I have been trying to save him, Granger." The retort escaped before I could stop it. "How long ago did Harry pass through the flames?" Dumbledore asked. 10 minutes. 15. She wiped her nose on her sleeves, so childlike it tightened my chest. "Professor Dumbledore, is Harry going to be all right?" I was already moving toward the next chamber, toward the bottles and their solutions. The next room reeked of troll. The final doorway sent a chill down my spine. Purple flames licked its edges, barring entry to all but those clever enough to solve my riddle. The bottles sat in a neat row, most empty now. Someone had taken the smallest bottle, the one for passing through the flames, and someone else had taken the rounded bottle at the right end. Dumbledore said quietly, "Sent the others to safety." The noble little fool. My voice cracked. He's facing Voldemort, Albus, not Quirrell Voldemort. Yes, his single word carried a weight that threatened to crush us both. He is Severus. No, I was already moving toward the flames. No more delays. No more wait and see. That boy. I stopped. The words tasted bitter. That boy who had his mother's eyes. That boy I'd spent a year tormenting because I could not bear to look at him without seeing everything I'd lost. Everything I had failed to protect. That boy is my responsibility too, I finished quietly. The purple flames peeled apart like a curtain as I stepped through, chanting anti-flame spells. The final chamber stretched before me, vast and cold as a cathedral. At its center stood the mirror of a rise that cursed glass, that showed nothing but the deepest desires of whoever gazed into it. But it was not the mirror that stopped me. It was the crumpled figure on the stone floor before it. Harriet. His small body lay too still, arms flung wide as if struck mid-run. His glasses lay shattered nearby, and his scar, that lightning bolt that had marked him from birth, bled freely. Harry, but the name tore from my throat before I could stop it. Not Potter, not the boy who lived, just Harry, a child who should have been safe in his bed, not lying broken on a dungeon floor while his mother's murderer. I spun, wand up, to find Quirrell, no, not Quirrell anymore, laying by the mirror. His turban was gone, revealing the back of his skull, and there, like a second face grown from the bone itself, was him, the Dark Lord. Chapter 11. Snatched Victory. The hospital wing stretched empty when I arrived. Not that I had expected a crowd. Accidents in the first weeks of term were common, and by now Madame Pomfrey ran her ward with the detached efficiency of a battlefield matron. I had come to examine one of my own, a first year who'd mismeasured a seething extract of belladonna and blistered half his forearm. Foolish mistake, not uncommon. I swept through the ward, robes whispering against stone, and stopped beside the bed, asleep, bandaged, breathing steady beneath the sheet. Pomfrey approached from her office, reaching for a chart. Disinfectant and dried herbs clung to her like an invisible cloak. Recovered, no permanent damage. I'll test for scarring. I inspected the gauze without removing it. The chart. She handed it over. I skimmed the potions column. Anything beyond dittany. Sleeping draught. Mild. I initialed the parchment and turned to go. Then I noticed him. Harry. Alive. The word echoes with an intensity that disturbs me. His unruly hair falls across his forehead, and without that insufferable confidence he usually wears. I can almost see her in him. Lily's delicate features, the way she looked when she slept. I clench my fists. The boy faced the Dark Lord last night. What kind of first year walks willingly into such danger? My left forearm throbs where the dark mark burned earlier with an intensity I hadn't felt in 11 years. I should feel nothing watching Harry recover. But as his chest rises and falls with each breath, something twists in my stomach. He protected the stone. He stopped the Dark Lord's return. He chose to face death rather than step aside, just as she did. Lily's son. The thought comes unbidden. He has her courage, her heart, despite everything, despite years of carefully cultivated loathing. I find myself desperately, irrationally glad. I turn away sharply, my robes billowing. I have work to do, a mask to maintain. But as I walk back toward the dungeons, one truth burns in my mind. Lily's son lived tonight, and perhaps, in some small way, that makes my failures matter a little less. Dumbledore's office door swung open before I reached it. "Come in, Severus. I've been waiting." He knew, infuriating. The room was dim, twilight pouring through high windows. Fawkes sat silent on his perch, feathers dulled from his last burning. No tea, no tray, no sweets. Silence and space. I didn't sit. You used the boy. Dumbledore nodded once. I did. You let him face the Dark Lord alone. He was not alone, and I knew what he would find, and I trusted him. You trusted luck, perhaps. He looked away, 2 silver instruments that ticked and spun and glowed without warmth. Or perhaps I trusted something older than luck. Magic the Dark Lord never understood. Love. The word tasted bitter. He turned back. Lily's sacrifice lives in him. Severus. That protection, however faint, was enough. Had to be. I stared at him. And next time, will it be enough? His silence was answer. I crossed to the window, shadows long and trembling on carpet. You could have told me more. I told you all I could. No, Albus. You told me what you chose, what suited your grand design, not what I needed to protect him. You protected him. I turned, voice taut, and I will. But don't ask me to watch another child walk into fire blind. Not again. Dumbledore's eyes sagged, tired. I won't. I didn't believe him. It was reckless. Dumbledore's hands folded on the table. You watched over them all. You gave him James's cloak. What did you think he would do? I thought it might bring him safety, familiarity, connection to something he never had. I laughed once, dry. You thought it would make him feel less alone. Instead, you made him a target. He met my eyes. You ensured he wasn't caught. I looked away. Was it hard? I asked. What? Albus asked. To let him be a boy for one more year, I said. He's not a boy. Not anymore. Not after Godric's Hollow, Albus said. He's not ready, I said. No one ever is, Dumbledore said. You've had Fawkes near the forest all week. Dumbledore smiled. Precaution. Think I'm too suspicious? I asked. I think you're the only one who asks the questions I don't dare answer, said Dumbledore. The bitterness came unbidden, and if I stop asking, he looked at me for a long time. Then I will be alone. I returned to my seat, folded my arms, watched the last light fade from windows above. I don't want your gratitude. He nodded. The great hall blazed with candlelight. Green banners overhead proclaimed Slytherin's House Cup victory, or so they were. The great hall fell silent in that particular way that meant Dumbledore was about to speak. I knew before his first word dropped into the stillness that something was coming. Call it instinct, call it paranoia, call it 7 years of watching that old man move pieces across his chessboard while pretending the rest of us weren't pawns. And now, he said, eyes twinkling behind those infernal half-moon spectacles, a few last-minute points to award. Here it comes. My students, my Slytherins, had earned their victory. Weeks of perfect potions, flawless answers, exemplary behavior. They'd clawed their way to the top through actual effort, not theatrical heroics. The House Cup was ours. To Mr. Ronald Weasley for the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years. The Gryffindor table erupted. My jaw tightened. To Miss Hermione Granger for the use of cool logic in the face of fire. More cheers. The sound scraped against my skull like nails on stone. To Mr. Harry Potter for pure nerve and outstanding courage. Of course, the boy who lived rewarded once again for breaking rules the rest of us must follow. Never mind that he'd endangered himself and others. Never mind protocol, safety, or common sense. He'd been brave. The numbers on the giant hourglasses began to shift. Red gems tumbled into Gryffindor's glass like drops of blood filling a vial. And finally, Dumbledore said damned, I should have known he wasn't done. Should have braced for it to Mr. Neville Longbottom for having the courage to stand up to his friends. 10 points for tattling. The Gryffindor table lost its collective mind. I watched the gems fall, watched our lead evaporate, watched 6 years of Slytherin dominance crumble in under 2 minutes, dismantled with surgical precision and wrapped in the language of virtue. The hall transformed before my eyes. Green bled into scarlet, silver tarnished to gaudy gold. Our serpentelegant, ancient hours vanished beneath a roaring lion that seemed to mock us from every wall. Even the light changed, warm and golden where it had been cool and steady. We broke your 6-year record, Severus. McGonagall's voice cut through the din. She stood beside me, hand extended, eyes bright. I took her hand because I had to. Anything else would give them the satisfaction of seeing me crack. I shaped my mouth into something approximating a smile, and felt my face resist the expression like a badly cast spell, wrong intent. My students were watching. I couldn't fall apart. "Congratulations," I said. The word tasted like ash. Her grip was small but firm, confident, victorious. I extracted my hand as soon as decently possible and sat down. The feast continued around me. Laughter, celebration, the sound of winners rejoicing in a victory they hadn't truly earned. I picked up my knife, cut into the meat on my plate, chewed, swallowed, tasted nothing. After the pathetic meal, I left. I should have gone to my quarters, retreated, to the dungeons where the shadows were familiar and the silence felt earned. Instead, I found myself walking through the castle's dim corridors, down the sloping lawns, across the grounds toward Hogsmeade Station. I never went to see the students off. That was something the more sentimental professors did. McGonagall, Sprout, even Flitwick. I had better things to do than wave goodbye to children who'd spent 9 months either fearing or hating me. But tonight, my feet carried me there anyway. The platform beside the train tracks pulsed with a peculiar energy, less chaotic than the start of term, yet more frayed. Parents clustered in anxious flurries. Trunks levitated through coils of steam. Owls hooted restlessly from their high cages. The Hogwarts Express waited like a red-veined beast, smoke in its breath and magic humming in its bones. I stood apart, not in uniform, not among the staff waving fond farewells. I lingered in the shadows of the outer archway where stone yielded to gravel close enough to see, far enough not to be seen. I told myself I was watching the Slytherins, and I was. My house moved with precision, even in departure. Bags packed in advance, prefects enforcing order. Malfoy stood among them, chin raised enough to suggest pride, not arrogance. But my eyes did not stop there. Potter and his companions were boarding last, laughing. Mud smudged along Weasley's collar. Granger carrying 2 satchels, as though she didn't trust anyone else to handle the weight. The boy turned once, perhaps to call after the owl that wheeled overhead, perhaps to glance back at the castle. His scar caught sunlight. Not the scar itself, but the shape of it, the angle. Something I hadn't seen in years, not since a much younger boy had turned on the same platform, same angle, before boarding the train to his first year. James Potter. No, I caught myself before the thought finished. Not quite. Less swagger in the shoulders, less knowing grin, more The boy looked for a moment, unsure of where to place his feet, whether to step forward or turn back. Then Weasley grabbed his arm, and the moment was gone. Steam bellowed. The whistle shrieked. I did not wave. The train slid from the platform, taking them all, heroes and villains, prefects and pranksters, fears and questions. I waited until the last red flicker vanished. I watched until the carriage disappeared around the bend, its wheels whispering over the gravel, then turned back toward the castle. Severus Flitwick was hurrying across the grounds toward me, his robes flapping like restless wings. I stopped, resigned. Still sulking about the house cup, he asked, falling into step beside me. 6 years, I said flatly. Overturned in 2 minutes. Fair enough, he nodded, his tone light. But speaking of changes, have you thought about applying for the defense position? Quirrell's gone. The post is open. I stopped walking, stared at him. The defense position, the one I'd wanted for years. The one Dumbledore had denied me time and again for reasons I'd never been permitted to understand. He'll refuse me, I said at last. He always has. You won't know unless you try. Flitwick's voice softened. After this year, after everything with the stone, you've proven yourself. Apply, Severus. Something tightened in my chest. Hope, perhaps, or the memory of it. I'll consider it, I said. Flitwick smiled, gave a small nod, and continued on toward the castle. I stood there a moment longer, watching the sun dip behind the towers, the air cooling with the first touch of evening. Then I turned and followed. In my office, I unrolled a sheet of fresh parchment and began to write. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the 20th of June, 1992. Dear Headmaster, I am writing to formally apply for the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, recently vacated following Professor Quirrell's departure. As you are aware, I have served Hogwarts as Potions Master and head of Slytherin House for the past 11 years. During this time, I have maintained exemplary standards in both instruction and discipline. My students consistently achieve high marks in their potions AL/S and NE/WTs, and several have gone on to pursue careers as potioneers, healers, and aurors. However, my expertise extends well beyond potions. My knowledge of the dark arts is comprehensive, both theoretical and practical. I possess an intimate understanding of defensive magic, counter curses, and the recognition and neutralization of dark artifacts. This knowledge, gained through years of study and direct experience, positions me uniquely to prepare students for the very real dangers they may face beyond these walls. I am well versed in the current curriculum requirements for defense against the dark arts across all year levels. I am confident I can deliver rigorous, age-appropriate instruction that will equip students with both practical skills and critical judgment. My teaching methodology emphasizes discipline, precision, and preparedness, qualities essential when dealing with forces that do not forgive carelessness. Furthermore, as head of Slytherin House, I have demonstrated the ability to command respect, maintain order, and guide students through difficult situations. I understand the responsibility that comes with teaching defensive magic, and I do not take that responsibility lightly. I have applied for this position before. Each time, I have accepted your decision without question, trusting in your judgment. I continue to trust it now. However, I would be remiss if I did not express, with due respect, that I have never fully understood the reasoning behind those previous decisions. If there are concerns about my suitability for this role, I would welcome the opportunity to address them directly. I remain, as always, at your service. When I finished, I carried the letter up to the owlery. The scent of straw and feathers filled the air as I selected a tawny owl. I tied the letter to its leg, Headmaster's office. The owl spread its wings and disappeared into the twilight. I watched until it was gone, then descended once more into the cool, echoing dungeons. Maybe this year would be different. The door to Spinner's End stuck in its frame, as it had. Warped wood swelled in damp weather. It never stopped being damp here. I gave it one hard shove and stepped into the gloom. The air inside hadn't moved in months. No charm had touched this place since Christmas. No breath of wind, no conversation. The layered smell of old paper, mildew, and iron in the pipes. Familiar, unwelcome. I closed the door behind me and cast a sealing charm with a flick of my wand. The latch clicked with a tired sigh. This had never been home, not even in childhood. Not even when my mother wept beside the fireplace, trying to mend a cursed kettle with bare hands. The walls were too close. The ceiling bowed as if ashamed of the roof, and the dust, thick, grey, settled in the corners like it had been born there. I stepped into the sitting room and lit the old oil lamp beside the bookcase. Light trembled, throwing warped shadows across floorboards. Shelves lined with second-hand spellbooks, potion vials caked with age, a cracked cauldron hanging from its iron hook. Everything as I had left it. On the small table near the window, beneath a crooked jar of dried monkshood, sat the standard book of spells, grade 4. My hand hovered over it. There, unopened. It had been hers. No initials on the inside cover. Lily never liked defacing books, but the spine was bent where she used to hold it open with a thumb while plaiting her hair with the other hand. I remembered that, a silly, stupid detail. She sat with the light coming from the left, so her hair glowed red gold in the page's margin. I opened the book to that familiar bend and found a folded square of parchment inside. The letter. Not one of the sweet ones. Not one of the notes she sent in 3rd year when we passed messages in arithmancy, talking about favorite potion colors and whether I thought Professor Wilkins looked like a vulture. No, this one had come in 7th year. Short, final. Don't follow me anymore, please. I can't explain again. You made your choice, Severus. The ink had bled from a summer storm that leaked through the window in 79. I'd tried a preservation charm once, years ago, but it had frayed at the edges. I set it back inside the book, closed the cover, and stood over it as though it might speak. She had left me long before death took her, but it didn't make the latter easier to accept. The shadows were thick tonight, and too many remembered my name. It had started as idle habit, a quill, a scrap of parchment, the cool hush of midnight in Spinner's End. But tonight the words did not drift from thought to ink. They dropped like stones. I didn't begin with Dear Lily. That felt dishonest. I wrote, you, then paused. It had been you. That was the problem. I stared at the single word until candlelight blurred around it. I should have burned the parchment then. But the room was too quiet, and my hands remembered how to write long before my heart agreed. I wonder what you'd say if you could see me now. Would you laugh at the dust on my books, or at the way I brew with your old spoon? Would you forgive me for what I became to protect him? Would you forgive me for not saving you? The ink blurred. I pretended it was candle heat. He has your eyes. Everyone says it. They're wrong. He has your gaze. That look you gave me when I ruined everything and you knew it, and hoped I wouldn't. I stopped again. My quill tapped against the wood of the desk, a metronome to a rhythm I didn't want to name. In the drawer beside me was her old letter, the last one she wrote me before everything cracked like a dropped vial. I had found it tucked between books when I returned to Spinner's End after her death, folded with care, unsent, like mine. I didn't open hers now. Some things aren't meant to be reread. Some griefs become salt when touched. I folded my letter, unsigned, unsealed, and slid it beneath hers in the drawer. 2 letters, 2 ghosts. One never sent, one never answered.